like chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Welcome back to the Petty Express. As your conductress of this hot mess, we are here on day 6 in a bit. Hopefully we'll get through the rest of day 6 because we're very close to a lunch break. And it looks like a longish sidebar with lunch break. And then we will continue on with this witness. I do like the way the state is bringing in all these different witnesses, because this is a really kind of segmented investigation because of the 2 crime scenes and the arsons and different things. You have to bring in, an arson investigator on both sites. You have to bring other people in. So it had to involve a lot of localities. So I do like that every single investigator has known about their stuff and added more information without, being overly crazy or wordy. And howdy everyone. So let's get into this. We're at 1.25 speed. And as always, for this trial, we have determined that the defense is adding nothing of value, so we'll be speeding through this unless there's something. And then this weekend, we'll be having a roast of the defense from every day in this trial. So Saturday shenanigans will be comments of everyone roasting this defense from every day. And some of the comments are chef's kiss.
Storage shelving unit. Next to that shelving unit is a wood dresser that sustained fire damage. Above that is a window well leading to the outside backyard area of 27 Tilt Drive. And on the floor area, there is a pile of debris. Obviously, this photo is post-fire.
Were you present in this area during the course of your investigation?
I was, yes.
Does that accurately depict the way it looked on November 20th and ensuing days?
Yes, it does.
Now, can I have slide 109 of S1, please? Is that essentially the same area, different, a little bit closer up, I guess?
Yes.
I have slide 110. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
This is also a photograph from the unfinished section of the basement. It's just taken from a different angle. If you look to the top left, you'll see that window well that I just mentioned. You can see the fire debris on the floor, and the fire hoses, obviously, that are draped coming from the outside of the home into the basement. And the doors to the right would lead to the finished section of the basement.
Now, I'm just showing you, can we have S273 for one moment? Captain, what's on your screen and on the large screen? That photograph, is that the same area that you just discussed in the photos from 2017?
Yes, it is.
Now,
Again, Paul, if they gave you a plea deal, why the hell did you do this? Like, not only do we see your dumb head and, your bald spot, but we are also subjected to you shirtless, which I feel should be a class action, civil case in the least. But you and Chandler Halderson, with the leaving of not a little evidence, but like all the evidence.
during the course of your investigation, was any evidence seized from this area here?
Yes.
What was that generally?
In that debris pile that I had explained, there was evidence that was collected and sent to the New Jersey State Police Forensic Laboratory for analysis.
Can I have slide 7 briefly? Judge, again, it's S1A, slide 7.
Gotcha.
Captain, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
I don't believe her, but what's that show?
The driveway, the upper driveway area of 27 Tilton Drive, depicting 2 vehicles.
Okay. And it's one of those vehicles in Macon?
Yes, the vehicle, the white SUV vehicle is a Porsche Macan parked furthest away from the individual taking the photograph.
Okay. Are there any other homes depicted in that photograph?
Yes, behind you can see a home that is 19 Oxford Drive. That is a street and a house that's directly behind 27 Tilton.
Can I have you put a 19 above the roof line of that home?
Sure.
Can you preserve that, please?
Good morning, Beach Girl and Debbie and Pernilla. I hope everyone is staying warm and toasty. I know we're here from all over the world, but it's cold everywhere except for Australia. And if you're from Australia, stay out of the ocean for Jiminy Cricket's sake, okay? Like, I don't know what y'all have done to the sharks. And, you know, all jokes aside, the little boy who lost his life is heartbreaking, but y'all, stay out of the water. Especially when the place is named Shark Beach. Like, God, Jesus, and cartographers, so people that make maps, we're trying to give you a hint that Jesus said, do not swim here. Or Darwin.
7.1. Thank you.
I just also want to show you the mark is S270 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and unless there's an objection, can we publish that?
Any objection other than what we said before?
No, Judge, I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
I do.
Is that the same document that's in S270?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's that show?
It's an aerial photograph from Google depicting 27 Tilton Drive and 19 Oxford Drive and the surrounding area.
And is there a pin, so to speak, on one of the houses?
Yes, 19 Oxford.
Okay. Now, can you tell us, just make sure it's very clear, which, if you can see 27 Tilton in that picture?
I can, yes.
Okay, could you just put an X on it?
Oh, dear Lord, Paul, do they have a Ring video that your neighbor caught from his camera of you lighting the damn fire? At this point,
We can preserve
it
that,
wouldn't
please.
shock me.
70.1.
Thank you. Now, as far as 27 Tilton goes, Captain, did you identify any cameras affixed to the home at 19 Oxford in Ocean Township? And ultimately, was camera footage seized from 19 Oxford in
Yes.
Ocean Township?
Yes, the home had 8 cameras, 2 of which were affixed to the rear of the residence facing 27 Tilton Drive, and we had secured those recordings.
Do you recall, so there's 2 cameras on the rear of the home?
Yes.
Now, camera 5, are you familiar with the camera 5 from 19 Oxford?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S271 for identification.
What we're going to do is, I'm going to allow the jurors to get lunch now, before we go into more video, just to give everyone a little bit of a break. If we could turn the lights back on, please. It's been a busy morning. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to take a break. You're going to go downstairs for lunch. Juror number 9's buying. You like winter? Not my fault. Okay, so please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. We'll have you back up at 1:30. I just want to make sure you get the
I
full
love
hour,
this
and then we'll come back up
judge.
and we'll continue on. All right? All right, thank you all.
He's like, look, I can't pay attention any longer. I doubt you can. So why don't we let you go to lunch? He's like the kind and happy Borowski. Or at least a Borowski that can rely on his cafeteria not to poison anyone. He's Borowski if Borowski had a cafeteria that didn't, suck.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good lunch? Did you pick it up?
Yes, yes.
We got time. We got time for this all over.
Pizza party.
We're back on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Ecker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone for Mr. Caneiro is present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Canerio.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, so we're still in the direct examination of Captain Weisbrot. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Ew, I would be happy never hearing his voice, ever.
Now, Captain, I think right before the break, we were talking about how 19 Oxford.
I will say that Paul, and look, this is going to sound terrible, but in my headcanon, if I just ran into him in a Walmart, I would profile him as a very persnickety gay. Like, he has all the antiques, but they have to be facing a certain way. He has all the Hummels, but they have to be in, like, gear order. That's what I would profile him if I were playing profiling with Mo in Target and I saw him, I'd be like, oh, he's a persnickety gay. And I mean, look, I love everyone, so I really don't care that he's gay or straight when I'm profiling him. It's more that his OCD would bother me. He also has so many things that my boys could break in my headcanon. His house is like going to a Hobby Lobby. I have not taken my feral boys into a Hobby Lobby by myself since they were born.
Now, Captain, I think right before the break, we were talking about how 19 Oxford had two channels or two cameras that you deem could be potentially relevant in this investigation.
Yes, correct.
Now, can I have S271A? Captain, do you recognize what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do. This is an image of camera 5, which captures the rear property of 19 Oxford Drive in Ocean Township.
Okay, is it light out or dark out?
It's light out.
Okay. Can you see, I know it's a little small, can you see the time that's depicted on that screen, the bottom left?
Yes, 9:00 a.m. on November 19th, 2018.
Okay, so this part of the footage that was obtained from 19 Oxford, camera 5?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe what's depicted in the footage that we see in front of us?
Sure. Again, it's the rear yard of 19 Oxford, capturing the outside deck area, as well as an in-ground swimming pool. And in the back left corner, you can see 27 Tilton Drive, a portion of the house of 27 Tilton Drive.
Just for purposes of clarity, can you identify the northernmost portion of 27 Tilton as depicted in that video?
Yes, that would be the garage, essentially where the garage doors are located. Would you like me to mark it?
Can I ask you to put a box, like a rectangle, in the area of where the garage ends and the driveway begins?
Sure. The left line would be where the garage ends, and then the driveway would extend north.
Now, your particular focus with respect to camera 5, would it have been, or would it be in that, essentially in the area around that square rectangle?
Yes, it would.
Can we preserve that?
This is S271. Is this part of A, B, or C?
Sorry. This is S271. It contains clips and footage from cameras 5 and camera 7 from 19 Oxford. This is A, what's on the screen.
So if I'm going to say S271 A1.1, we're good?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Captain, can you undo that?
Sure.
Now, since I did it for Paul, I'll do it for everyone today because I feel mean. If I were running into this man in Walmart, I would assume that he is probably an accountant or someone who's very detail-oriented. And he has a bunch of novels, Louis L'Amour and James Patterson, and he very much likes crosswords. I'm iffy as to whether he has animals. If he does, they are his wife's choice, not his, if he's married.
Can we run that clip through?
Mr. Moe is like, this is why you take so long in the grocery store. You're coming up with backstories for everyone. I was like, doesn't everyone? Apparently not. Apparently some people can look at people and not come up with an entire backstory and history. He would have tropical fish. He would have a very detail-oriented, very fiddly, like, fish tank.
That was a 10-second clip, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is from the morning of November 19th, correct?
That's correct.
Representative sample of what you would see during daylight hours from that camera?
Yes, it is.
Dear Lord,
Now,
we
if I could
caught
have
Paul starting the fire.
S271B. This is a clip from 19 Oxford, camera 5, clip with the word leaving in it. Now, I'm going to ask you if you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, I can tell you that this is a nighttime image of the video from 19 Oxford. And if you look in the top left corner of the screen, you will see the area where 27 Tilton Drive is captured.
Okay. And is there a date and time on that footage at the beginning?
Yes, the date is November 20th, 2018, and the time is 2:05:50 a.m.
Can we play that through once, please?
Okay, so we're again going to see him leave from his house. Now, I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you're going to crime, it's not so much the videos that you can control and disable. Like, you can definitely take your own Ring doorbell system offline. It's all of your neighbors that you have to worry about, and we have become our own big brother, so please don't crime. Again, if you're gonna crime, it's not the Ring doorbell of your own that you have to worry about. It's everyone around you.
Go to 20600 approximately. I may ask you to pause it. We can play that.
Yeah, wear a mask or a wig.
Pause it.
Cut your own house
Is there any
power.
light in the area of the driveway?
Yes, there's an appearance of light in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Keep playing. Thank you. Can you pause it, please? Did you see anything there, Captain?
Yes, there was additional light that illuminated in the area of the garage of 27 Tilton Drive.
Go.
What time did we stop it at?
Sorry, Judge, it was 20, 20641.
At this point, I think we can all agree that Paul would have left less evidence had he had a GoPro strapped to his chest and live streamed the MFing crime on Facebook. Giblets.
Can you pause it there, please? Can you tell us what you just saw, Captain?
Yes. You can see a pattern of lights near the top area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. Those lights then move from left to right on the screen, backing up. The lights then are seen going right to left on the screen, approaching what is the area of the driveway near Tilton Drive. This is consistent with the vehicle backing up and then exiting the driveway in a forward position after essentially making a K-turn on the driveway.
Could you just go back to 20720? Let me slow that down one notch. I'm just going to play a couple seconds. Stop that. Pause that, please. Now, we're paused at 20728. Can you tell us what you just saw happen with respect to the lights?
Sure. A vehicle was observed driving down the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive,
Did the lights just disappear?
and the lights disappeared, yes.
Just going to, in a moment, we'll start it. I'm just going to ask you to let us know if the lights reappear.
Oh, did he forget something? Did he have to go back in the driveway?
Did the lights reappear, Captain?
Yes, they did.
And did they then disappear again?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, based upon your review of this portion of the surveillance, can you describe the movement of the vehicle?
Sure. You can see the vehicle backing up, making a K-turn on the driveway, exiting the driveway and heading towards the bend in Tilton Drive.
And again, just for context, what's the time right now on the video?
The time is 2:05:50 a.m.
Beginning? That's the beginning of the video, correct?
That's correct.
And we were just talking about the time frame of approximately 2:07:23 to 2:07:30?
Yeah, that's correct. 2:07:34 is when the lights disappeared.
Now, you talked about another camera on the rear of 19 Oxford, correct?
Yes, that would be channel 7.
Did you
Oh my Bob Ross, please tell me the next camera is going to catch the shed and we're going to see Paul without a shirt on lumbering out to get the gas can. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't shock me.
review footage from Channel 7 as a part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to show first S271C. Now, before we play that, can you tell us what the date and time is on there?
Sure. The date is November 19th, 2018, and the time is 0:90 a.m.
Okay, so November 19th at 9 a.m.
Correct.
Can you tell us what's depicted in what's on the screen right now?
Sure. This is an image depicting, again, the rear of 19 Oxford Drive in Ocean Township, covering the back deck area of that home, and behind this home, or essentially in front of here, you can see in the background, a larger portion of 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, anywhere in what's on the screen right now, does it depict the end of the garage and kind of the driveway area?
Yes, it does.
Can you just put a rectangle or square around that area?
Sure. The garage area and the driveway area would be in this area here.
Can we preserve that, please?
271C1.
About one, I should say.
Once that prints, you can undo that. Can you just tell me how many windows you can see on the top floor of 27 Tilton?
I can see 4 windows.
could I just briefly have S1A, slide 14? Sorry, Judge, we just have one moment. Captain, you recognize what's depicted in S1A, slide 14?
Yes, I do. It's the rear side of 27 Tilton Drive, showing the fire damage that was sustained to the home.
Can you see the four top windows that you described just a moment ago?
Yes, you'll see on the second floor of that house, the upper windows. There's 4 of them that I just previously identified.
We'll take that down, please. Can I have? I'm going to ask for S271D at this point. Before we play that.
You know, if you're only slightly paying attention to the evidence number, it sounds like I'll have STD 12, please, which is an interesting thought to ponder, that one would have, you know, a more favorable STD that they would rather have. I mean, I guess I'd rather have, you know, something curable rather than uncurable. So I guess if one were able to menu choose, there would be a popular one. Again, the tours my brain goes on when no one asked it.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a image, a still of 19 Oxford Drive, camera 7, which captures the rear of 19 Oxford and the rear of 27 Tilton as well.
Again, I'm just going to play that video fully through. It's approximately 7.5 minutes. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Keep waiting for the MTV guy to show up. It's kind of what I see when I have a migraine. You've captured it perfectly. State, could we stipulate to fast forwarding?
Pause it for one moment. Did you see lights come on in the screen?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where they came from?
27 Tilton Drive.
Keep playing.
This was probably Paul lumbering around yanking on cords. I know, I feel like before I had children and became kind of a sonogram, like, expertologist, like when people would show me their sonograms, I'm like, maybe it's like those 3D pictures. If I unfocus and refocus, I'll figure it out. I mean, now I'm fairly okay with general layperson sonogramology, but I don't understand what we're showing here. Other than someone's connection. I feel like we're watching Avatar. No, this is actually footage near Paul's house, so it is tracking around the 2 a.m. area right before he gets into his car and leaves his house.
Can you pause for a moment? We're paused at 04:57, 11 seconds AM, correct, Captain?
That's correct.
What did you say?
The first evidence of fire is visible on the left area of the screen. That fire was obviously at 27 Tilton Drive.
Can we minimize that for now?
Oh my God, he actually captured the moment the house got on fire. Not so much. I hope not. But I'd eat some more steaks, in the next 3 days. But I'm not a doctor. I would run that by a doctorologist, not like Mo told me I should eat like a toddler. Because, I am not responsible for your blood work and cholesterol at the end of eating a bunch of steaks.
I have S271E. E. Now, which camera's on the screen now?
This is camera number 5.
Okay, what's the date and time?
The date is November 20th, 2018. The time is 4:08:15 a.m.
Oh, good Lord, we have another angle.
Now, just gonna play it through, and I might pause it at some point. Pause that for a moment. Captain, what did you just see?
Lights appeared in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay, can we keep going now?
Oh my Bob Ross, if it's actually gonna show him returning home and then the subsequent start of the fire again, if I'm the jury member, I'm raising my hand and asking, why the hell is this a trial, Paul? Why didn't you take a plea deal?
Can we go to 408:40, slow it down one notch? Can we play? Thank you.
Granny Smith, I think this is to kind of the defense's theory in all of this is that this is a setup. I think that these additional tapes aren't really kind of for the truth of the matter, but also look at what they're not showing. They're not showing that anyone came on Paul's property. They're not showing, a car speeding off from his house. And I'm sure if they had that, the defense would have brought it up and shown, hey, didn't you collect this other thing? Or if their investigator had found any evidence of, the conspirators that were setting up Paul. So I think this is more going to, okay, jury, we want you to give the defense, the benefit of the doubt. But we've showed you nearly every ring door or ring camera around Paul's house, and the only one leaving or coming or going is Paul or someone in his Macan.
Captain, can you tell us what we just saw?
Sure. We saw those lights appearing in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. After letting the video run, you see a vehicle entering the driveway and parking in the area closest to the garage on the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can I have 271F, please.
And if we can see where he's parking, we're probably going to see someone dousing gasoline on the fire or on the Porsche Pecan. Oh, I did look up just to figure out why the hell anyone would buy a Porsche Pecan. And apparently it has sports car-like performance. It's available in powerful trims. I guess you can get a better engine. It has all-wheel drive and handling. It's got luxury interior and comfort and has the iconic Porsche design with a fly-line silhouette. And it also has the brand prestige and resale value. I don't know. I'm not a car person though, so none of that stuff really, makes me, honestly, the car I want is a purple PT Cruiser or a teal one. I know they're terrible cars, or an Eldorado. Yeah. No, El Camino, not Eldorado. As I said, not a car person. This is where I end this conversation.
Captain, can you tell us which camera this is?
This is camera number 5 at 19 Oxford Drive.
Is this the same camera that we just watched?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's the date and time here?
Date is November 20th, 2018. The time is 4:54:01 a.m.
Can we start this, please?
I know they're terrible, but I love what I love.
I'm going to ask to fast forward just a little bit to about 4:57, please, if we can. So I'm at 4:57:01 a.m. Is that accurate, Captain?
Yes, it is.
Is there any light in the video?
Yes, 27 Tilton Drive is illuminated.
Now, going to ask you to play now. Can you pause it? What did you see, Captain?
A large flash of light visible from 27 Tilton Drive.
Now, before
Again, God, Paul, you should have just taken the plea deal and we wouldn't have gotten the hilarity of seeing the judge lose his mind, but the judge would have had more sanity.
we watched camera 7, and you indicated something about the first visible signs of fire, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How did your observations from camera 7 and camera 5, how are they related?
It's consistent with my first observations of fire activity in the rear on channel 7.
Okay, so right now, again, we're at 4:57:11 on camera 5, correct?
That's correct.
Go back to the beginning for a minute. Can we just play that? Pause it for a second. I'm paused at 4:55:06 a.m. Can you just tell us what you saw there?
Sure. 27 Tilton Drive illuminated in the top left corner of your screen.
Earlier on camera 7 at about the same time, 4:55. Did I ask you whether or not there were lights that appeared in the back of the residence?
Yes, that's consistent with that as well.
Can we go to 4:59, please? See, 4:59, 30.
So he turned on the lights to go
4:59,
start the
31 a.m.,
fire?
Correct.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's more visually. Okay, so we can tell it's
Just pause that. Captain, can you tell us what you just saw?
Sure. A vehicle backs out from the top area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive, then pulls down the driveway in a forward direction.
And as part of your investigation, were you briefed on police interaction with Mr. Caneiro in the morning hours of November 20th prior to your arrival?
Yes, I was.
And did that include Mr. Caneiro mentioning anything about a vehicle in the garage?
Yes, he had indicated that when the family was exiting the home after discovering the fire, he backed the car out of the garage and drove it onto Tilton Drive, where the rest of the family had met him and got into the car.
Can we just continue to play that record, Steve?
And let's say we're giving the defense the full benefit of the doubt. There is such a tiny window that a person would have to do what they did to Keith and his family and then time their drop off of the incriminating materials with Paul coming back from wherever
Pause it
Paul
there for
was
1 moment.
driving.
Pause at 05:01 and 2 seconds AM, correct?
Correct.
Can you slow that down 1 notch and just play it?
Why are we slowing it down?
You pause that for a moment. Go back. Say your speed. Give me seconds.
Oh God, no. Okay, state this is the first time I've done this to you, but we will not be subjected to things.
Captain, could you tell us what you just saw?
Sure. There was a large flash of light that was visible in the driveway garage area of the residence. That would be the northeast corner of the home.
That happened before or after the vehicle left the garage and went down the driveway?
Right after the vehicle drove down the driveway.
No, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross?
No. Oh wait, let's see.
What we see more clearly, though, in this photo is that the object hanging from the rearview mirror in the car is a handicap placard.
Yeah, that I can see it clearer in this photograph. It looks like it's a removable tag, one that you can take down and put back up, as you would need to, or somebody who has a handicap placard would do, but it appears to be a handicap placard, one of the removable ones, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Oh my God, are we making the my client was crippled, therefore, and fat? This is a dumb thing, but he's like, were you able to see the placard on the Porsche Macan when it was going out? You know, there is such a thing as the Paralympics. I'm sure that, handy capability doesn't, preclude someone from red rum. Oh, good Lord. Let's see what caused a sidebar.
Tilton, I believe you testified that you watched that from Susan Caneiro's phone.
I did, yes.
And She showed that to you voluntarily, obviously.
She provided consent in the same fashion as Mr. Caneiro signed consent via a uniform consent form.
And you also took a statement from Susan Caneiro at the police station.
Yes, I did.
I just love the faces of where that, because even the witnesses are like, does anyone have any idea?
Sure.
He is officially Danny Glover, Lethal Weapon for Why the Hell is Chris Rock in this movie done. He's like, I'm 2 days from retirement. I finally paid off my mortgage. And, you know, my wife and I are getting ready to go on a cruise. And then here comes Chris Rock. No. All right. No, we are. Oh, this poor jury. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Have a seat. Yeah. Last leg of the day. Got it in you?
Fourth quarter.
All right. I like to hear facts. There you go. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Lieutenant Nick Catalano.
Sir, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Nicholas Catalona, Cattelona.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, can you tell us where you work?
Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
And approximately how long have you worked for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approaching 14 years now.
Okay. Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to joining the prosecutor's office?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
Long Branch Police Department.
Okay. And, what year were you hired at the Long Branch Police Department?
As a regular police officer in 2001. Before that, I did a couple years as a special law enforcement officer.
Approximately how many years total do you have in law enforcement at this time?
28.
Now, what capacity did you work, or when you left the Long Branch Police Department, what capacity were you working?
When I left the police department there in Long Branch, I was a detective in forensics.
Now, what year did you come to the prosecutor's office?
2012.
Okay. In 2012, did you have an initial assignment?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
Crime scene unit.
Okay. Have you continuously worked in the crime scene unit since then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a crime scene detective?
Sure. As a crime scene detective at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, we're charged with strictly dealing with physical evidence. So physical evidence is any tangible item of evidence that helps either prove or disprove any point of contention. So the evidence that we typically handle is like weapons, biological evidence, hair, fiber, things of that nature.
Again, for his profile, he is a keen maker of very intricate dioramas. He has all of, or possibly model trains of all letter varieties. But he has an entire room devoted to model trains. That's my profiling. And he very much liked the Andy Griffith show.
Nature. But also part of that is how to actually process a crime scene. So we're tasked with identifying, collecting, documenting, preserving any item of evidence that we identify. So that's a gist of what we do.
Now, as part of your duties as a crime scene detective, were you asked to respond to a location in Ocean Township on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Where was that?
27 Tilton Drive?
Okay, and did you respond there?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
Say 8:06 in the morning?
Okay. Now, can you just tell us briefly about the environmental conditions upon your arrival?
Sure. I recorded the ambient air temperature at about 43 degrees Fahrenheit. The cloud was cloudy. The ground was damp. There were brief periods of very light rain throughout my time at 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, upon arrival, did you speak to any other, police officers or fire officials? I don't want to know what was said, but did you speak to other law enforcement?
I did, yes.
Now, what was the purpose of that?
Just to get a general idea of the information that they obtained at the time. So basically, basic call information, what type of call they were investigating, because it was a residential fire. Was the fire still active? Things of that nature.
Okay. And moving forward just a little bit for one brief minute, did you document your actions as part of this investigation in any police reports?
I did.
Okay. Was it one report or was it more than one?
Multiple reports, but my initial report covers this.
Your initial report, I'm sorry.
Covers this, my actions here at 27 Tilton.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-129. Just going to show you that. Ask you if you recognize what that is.
I do.
What is it?
It's my technical report.
Okay. And does that summarize the majority of your crime scene responsibilities at 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Ocean Township?
It does.
Now, you have it there. I would just ask that if at any point you need to refer to it for any purpose, you would just let us know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you just generally describe 27 Tilton as you found it on November 20th, 2018?
Sure. It was a two-story residential structure. It was located on the east side of Tilton Drive, just south of a bend in the roadway that bends west to Green Grove Road. It was actually situated slightly north of a T-intersection of Walnut Terrace. It was facing west. The front door was facing west. It was tan siding, had an attached two-car garage to the north side, had an in-ground pool also on the property.
Okay. Did you note any scene security type measures upon your arrival?
Yes.
What was that?
It consisted of crime scene barrier tape. It's just the yellow tape that's marked around the front. And then there were marked Ocean Township police cars throughout the scene and uniformed police officers.
Were there any fire issued vehicles there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Now, would it be helpful to you to utilize photographs that you took in order to explain some of your initial actions at 27 Tilton in Ocean Township?
Yes, it would.
Just before we start there, I'm just going to show you what's been marked previously as S1 for identification. And specifically, I'm going to go to subsection A, which indicates 27 Tilton Drive, Ocean Township scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just take a quick look through those photos? Try not to rip pages off. Now, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those were photographs that I took at 27 Tilton.
Are they all your photographs?
They are.
Now, I just want to start by showing you S1A slide 3. You could, I'm sorry. Sorry.
How dare they claim to represent
do you recognize that?
investigators?
Yes, I do.
What?
It's a photograph of the front of 27 Tilton.
Okay. Does that look substantial?
We need the details, sir. Are you still married to Wendy Preffercorn? Do you have 8 children? Look, you gave me hope and romance. Just kidding.
Similar to the way that you found it upon arrival?
Yes.
Okay. Now, slide 4, please. Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted in that?
So this photo is a photograph of the driveway from where I'm standing in the roadway, where it meets the roadway, and facing east up the driveway. In it, you'll see 3 vehicles.
To be clear, upon or shortly after your arrival at 27 Tilton, did you do a full walk around of this scene?
Yeah, so typically, when I arrive at scenes, right after I observe the environmental conditions and do my, what we call a field briefing, where we meet with the initial responding officers, I do a scene survey. It's a brief walkthrough. I put my gloves on, and then I just walk through the scene, make any observations, come up with a game plan of how I want to process the scene. Once that's done, then I do a series of overall.
Wait a minute. You look around and you make a plan? You don't just like have a bunch of guys with leaf blowers and brooms? This is what strange and wonderful magic are you using, sir?
Photographs would capture the scene as I found it before I do any work. And that's what this picture begins to depict.
Okay, so based upon the photographs we've begun to look at, you've already walked around and done a scene survey
That's correct.
at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I have slide 5, please? And what does that depict?
So this is, I guess, 3/4 away up the driveway. Towards the house to the right of this picture would be where the 2-car garage is. To the left, this dash cans directly in front is a row of hedges where you see a black aluminum fence. That is the fence that circles the pool. And then a little bit farther beyond that is the shed.
Can I have slide 6, please? What's that show?
And that's just slightly turned to the south. That's just a 2-car garage. You'll see a Jeep Wrangler Sahara immediately to your right of the picture. Directly ahead is a red Porsche convertible. I'm sorry, a white Porsche convertible with a red top. And then beyond that is a Porsche Macan.
Now,
Okay, I revise my earlier behavioral analysis. This man either has the most clean house in the world or he is one of the hoarders that keeps magazines. I don't think there's a medium in this. in my experience, you are either completely like neat and tidy, or you have a hoarding problem. I'm just saying, this man has not thrown away a newspaper since 1971. Change my mind. Allegedly in Minecraft.
Part of your scene survey and photographic documentation, do you look for things like cameras on the exterior of a home?
Yes,
And in slide 6, can you see any?
yes,
Okay, and where, could you describe it there?
sure. It's on the front-facing corner, right where the downspout is for the gutter, right of the garage, I guess, with the closed garage door, slightly above it, and to the right, right above the downspout, you'll see a white camera with a dark-colored face on it.
There's a stylus up there, Lieutenant. Can you just circle the cameras you see in that photo?
So there's actually two here. One's there, and the other one is right next to it there, just on the other side of that downspout.
Do you see another camera on the opposite side of the garage?
Yes.
Can you circle that? Can we please preserve that?
I think this is 6.1. So this is S1A, slide 6.1.
Ooh, they got a new printer.
Slide 7, please. Lieutenant, what do you see here?
It's just a straight-on view, same position, directly up the driveway to the hedge.
Okay. Can I have slide, please? What do we see here?
So now this photograph's in front of the house on Tilton Drive, facing northeast. You'll see the Jeep in the driveway to the left. You'll see the two-car garage just past the tree. And then now slowly, these series of photographs are like a series of overlapping photographs capturing the front of the house.
Have slide 9, please. What do we see here?
This is the front of the house. The front door is underneath that decorative balcony. You can see the raised masonry front porch, the door right behind it, and then that decorative balcony.
Slide 10, please. What do we see here?
Again, pretty much the same position, just turned slightly more to the southeast.
Yeah, I've never understood the decorative balcony. It legitimately makes no sense to me. It looks ridiculous. You don't have a... I'm not an architect or a designer, but I have never understood the mock balcony.
You'll see in the neighbor's driveway next door to fire department vehicles.
This is Paul's house.
I believe that second one's a fire department vehicle. And that's just, again, another overlapping series of photographs.
Okay, can I, slide.
Now, I believe that since this investigator is with the county prosecutor's office, we are going to be seeing both Paul's house and Keith's house from this witness. So I'll try to orient you. But I believe we're going to stay on Paul's house at first and then probably move to Keith's house.
12, please. What do we see here?
So this is up the southwest corner of the property, right by those fire department vehicles I just spoke about, facing northeast.
And then slide 13, please. What do you see here?
So this is the south-facing side of the structure. You'll see an aluminum fence where it continues to block off, I guess, the back of the rear yard area.
And slide 14. What do we see here?
This is the rear or the east-facing side of the house. You'll see a raised deck with a staircase directly in front that leads to two doors on the upper level. To the right of the two doors is the deck transitions to a lower level, and then there's another door there. To the left of the picture, you'll see all the fire damage.
Now, during the course of now that you're walking around to photographically document your observations, do you look for any utilities?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what are we talking about when we say utilities?
Mainly the gas and the electric meters on the exterior.
Now, is that important because the nature of the call is a structure fire?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can I have slide 21, please? Okay, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that showing?
So that's showing these.
Maybe safety and structural requirements. Maybe there's like a structural weight thing that you have to do in order to make it a real balcony. So I just never thought it looked attractive, but
Southeast corner of the house, where the photograph is focusing on is just behind that bush is the gas meter and a basement window well where there's significant fire damage.
Okay. And slide 22, please. What do we see here?
Okay, this is the, almost directly in front of that basement window well. I'm taking a photograph of the window well and the area surrounding it. You'll start to see on the left of that window, piping that is, that goes into the gas meter.
Okay, slide 23, please. What do we see here?
That's the gas meter, and that's directly behind that one hedge that was in front of it.
Now, talking about, can I slide 15, please, sorry. Now, as part of your examination of the scene, are you looking to determine entrances to to the structure?
Yes,
Okay, and how many were located in the rear of the backyard?
there were 3.
Okay, can you just explain?
Beach Girl, we did, but I think for the completeness and kind of to explain and again to disprove to any juror who's still somewhat on the defense's side that this wasn't, we just assumed Paul done it from the get-go. No, they thoroughly investigated, and Paul kept coming into the investigation, kept, being someone that they really, couldn't pin down where he was. The more evidence that came in, Paul became the suspect. He wasn't just the suspect from the beginning because his house also burned, So I think they do have to do this because of having the 3 different organizations. So there will probably be a lot of overlap in this testimony.
Or describe those for us?
Sure. The one to the left of the picture are French doors that lead into the dining room. The one in the center behind that tall umbrella is the sliding glass doors that lead into the kitchen. And then the deck again transitions down right next to the grill, where that one single door that leads into the mudroom.
Now, we have this, let's just go in order. The French doors that enter into the living room area, did you examine those?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you go about examining them? What's the purpose?
Well, the purpose of it is to determine if there's any damage to them, if the locks are intact, operational, or if there was any signs of tampering. In this particular case with this door, the locks were operational. I did not observe any sort of tampering or any damage to it other than the visible fire damage.
Now, I'm sorry.
No.
When you look at doors like that and you're looking to see if there's any damage, I think you said that you didn't observe any damage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you look for anything else observationally as far as potential, points of things that you need to process?
Yeah, I would look at it for the presence of friction ridge impression or fingerprints. Usually with exterior surfaces that are unprotected like this, use a high-powered light. And what I'm looking for initially is what we call surface disruption. So usually, like I said, on the outside unprotected surfaces, a layer of dirt and debris would tend to build up. You could see if any interaction were taking place by the absence of dirt or dust with the disruption of the surface. So,
At that location, those doors there into the living room, did you locate anything of potential evidentiary value?
no, did not.
Now, moving on to the sliding doors that go into the kitchen, did you conduct a similar visual examination there?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify anything of potential evidential value from a fingerprint perspective or the like?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then,
Now, the defense will probably say that, oh, well, Corey wouldn't have had to, because the defense third-party kind of culprit is the third brother, the youngest brother, Corey Caneiro. And they might say, well, maybe Corey had a house key. But again, I think this is going to go a long way for the jury, while it's repetitive, that someone did look at each and every, entry to see if someone had doctored it, had fiddled with it, was trying to set up Paul. They didn't go into this investigation with blinders on, like the defense said. They were looking at it as a suspicious fire because of the gas can. But other than that, they didn't really have an agenda going in.
as far as that final door all the way to the right, that's just the door into what room you said?
The mudroom?
Okay.
It's the space between the kitchen and the garage.
Okay. And did you locate any, signs that there may be potential evidentiary value there?
No, I did not.
No fingerprints could be visually examined?
Again, all 3 doors worked as designed. The locks were operational, no signs of forced entry, no tool marks, no anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you, as for these doors, did you encounter, or did you make observations or document in any way whether or not they were locked or unlocked upon the way you found them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the status?
They were all unlocked.
Unlocked, you said?
Yes, at the time that I was there, they were all unlocked.
Now, I just want to ask you a question. So you're not the first person at this scene, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, was there a presence of many people before you?
Yes, there was.
Now, so everyone understands, you're documenting what?
The condition of the scene as it was when I arrived there.
Now, you mentioned previously some more utilities and specifically an electric meter, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you encounter an electric meter?
I did, sir.
And is it the general area of where it was located? Is it depicted in slide 15?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And where would it be, just if you could describe it?
So if you the northeast corner of the garage area, that lower portion, the single-story portion, to the, I guess, the left of that downspout of the gutter would be that general area.
Okay. Now I'm going to show S1A slide 16, please. Did you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that photo show?
That is the electric meter.
Is that the way that you encountered it, obviously?
Yes.
Can I have slide 17, please? You recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what does that show?
That is the electric meter without the actual meter being present.
Okay. Did you receive any information upon arrival regarding whether the power had been shut off at the scene?
Yes.
And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that a normal occurrence based upon your experience at a fire scene?
Yes, it normally occurs at residential fires where the gas and the electric company are automatically dispatched also with the fire department.
And when we talked about the gas earlier, was it the same situation?
Yes,
We shut off.
shut off.
Now, can I have slide 18, please? What's that show?
So that's a tamper-proof tag that the electric company installs whenever they access the meter. They'll cut it off. They'll do whatever they need to do. They'll close the meter box again and then replace it with a new tag with the serial number.
Okay. So just to be clear, was the meter itself present at the scene that morning?
No, it was not.
There's slide 16 again. Just for purposes of continuing and completing your photographic documentation, where does that area there lead?
So that is a gate that leads between, that allows access between the driveway and the rear yard.
Okay. Can I have slide 24? What does that show?
So that's a photograph of the same area on the other side. This is the driveway now facing south through that gate. You'll see the two levels of the deck that I was mentioning earlier. Right down below, you'll see the number 1. This particular photograph was taken after I collected that item, the gas can that we saw. So that's why that's there, and it's not in this picture. And then to the right, you'll see that open garage door.
Now, I want to belabor it because I think you've seen the vehicles, but did you take note of it?
Yeah, definitely, research breeds. I thought I was getting a Pomsky, which is the hysterical blend, if you think about the breeding process in any way or combination, of a husky and a Pomeranian. So it's supposed to be like this miniature little husky. So a bad attitude, but one that you can pick up, because I know huskies are about like training cats. They are the cats of dogs. They are the forenagers of dogs. They want to do it by their own selves and not. Now, what Fry, my poor belated dog, or my poor late dog was a husky and German shepherd mix.
Mom, how was your hot chocolate?
It was very good, thank you. Be nice to the cat. And you have to be quiet.
I know that.
Did you document photographically and ultimately in a police report your identifications of vehicles that were present in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you talked about it a little bit earlier. Now, you talked about the gas can, correct?
Yes.
When you got to the scene, November 20th, 2018, and you were briefed by other officers, had you been advised of the presence of that gas can?
Yes.
Okay. Was that, based upon what you were told and what you saw, was it any significance to your investigation?
Yes, it was.
I'm just going to show you slide 30, if I can. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do we see here?
So you'll see the white Porsche 911 convertible in the foreground. Behind that is the Porsche Macan. Directly in front of where that where the gate is, you'll see a red gas can, and you'll see the open gate to the backyard.
So as far as timing goes, you talked about previously, that yellow tent marker with the number 1.
Yes.
Now, what are those used for?
Those are used in crime scene processing to indicate like a visual orientation. They don't signify any sort of sequence of events or any particular order. They're just help draw your attention to something in the picture that we want you to look at.
With the exception of that photo we looked at with the 10 marker, is it fair to say that these photographs we've looked at so far were taken before any evidence was physically seized or taken?
With the exception of that previous photo, yes, that's correct.
Now, just so we understand, you identify a piece of evidence, and when you ultimately make a decision to take it, how do you go about taking it?
So I mentioned earlier about my overall photographs. When I'm done completing my overall photographs, then I'll go through and start focusing in on items that I want to collect or certain areas. Then I take a series of mid-range and then ultimately close-up photographs of it. And those photographs are just like they said, a little bit closer and then ultimately up close individual item that I'm collecting. And then from that point, it's the physical process of taking that item and then securing it.
Now, did you physically examine that area that's depicted in slide 30 around the garage door?
Yes.
Now, did you identify areas of damage in that area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can I have slide 27, please? Can you talk about what you see in photograph 27?
Sure. At the threshold of the garage, where the garage meets the driveway, you'll see like white powder. That is consistent with a chemical fire extinguisher powder. Just to the left of that, you'll see like a black mass on the ground that turned out later to be a burnt glove, a black nitrile glove. You also see fire debris up the siding and the track ground level.
Now, you said that the black mass ultimately turned out to be a black nitrile glove. Can you tell us how you ultimately discovered that?
Sure. I inspected it. I didn't understand what this melted mass was, so I moved it, and then once I turned it over, I saw what appeared to be a glove.
Okay. Can I have slide 28? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
So this is that same photograph of the garage. I had manually lowered the garage so I can document the damage to the exterior of the garage and the threshold of bottom side, and then you'll see in the center of the picture is that black mass I was referring to earlier.
Okay. Can I have slide 30? I'm sorry. Wrong one. Slide 29. Sorry about that. What do we see here today?
So that's the weather stripping at the bottom of the garage door, and then the far left corner of that, unfortunately not the greatest picture, but you will see some charring.
Now, in that specific garage door area, did you notice any damage that spread away from the garage door area?
Yes.
And did you document it?
I did.
Can I have slide 31, please? What do we see here?
So that's the front of the Porsche Macan that was parked directly in front of the gate next to the garage.
Is there anything visible in front of the vehicle on the asphalt?
Yes.
Can you point that out?
Sure.
Yeah, if you could do it with the stylus, that'd be great.
Yeah, so just below, I guess, the driver's side fender area is this area directly on the blacktop.
Can I preserve that, please?
That's 1A, slide 31.1.
32. And do you recognize what's depicted in slide 32?
Yes.
What is that?
So they appear to be like burn marks on the hood of the Porsche, along with some other scratches.
I legitimately think Paul thought as soon as he poured gasoline on the gas meter, it would go kablooey.
Now, based upon conversations with other officers, were you ultimately directed towards that shed that you earlier referenced?
Yes.
And what were you going there to look for?
So I went to go look initially for footwear impression.
Okay, why was that?
Officers had observed one on a slate tile directly in front of the north side of the shed. They had covered it with a white plastic bin to protect it. So I went over there to document that.
Next slide 34, please. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Okay, now, you talked about the shed earlier, correct?
Yes.
And what we could see in the earlier photo was the front side or the back side?
I would call it the front side since it's facing the pool area, so I would call it the front, and then this side, I called it the rear or the back.
Okay, so to be clear, slide 34, as you discussed this, you're going to call that the rear of the shed.
Yes,
And that's because the front side faces the pool?
yes.
So that would be the front, and it's got a little nicer door structure?
I mean, honestly, the argument that Paul didn't do this is legitimately a hard one to make, if you want to save his ego. But the fact that whoever killed Keith had the idea to cut off the power, and again, the knowledge and logic to isolate probably the biggest threat and eliminate that before entering the house and having the power cut as well, that's almost entirely too cunning and well thought out to go with anything else that Paul did. That to me is the biggest kind of disconnect in this, that Paul had the wherewithal and the kind of cunning nature to realize that Keith was the one that he was going to have to isolate first, and thinking of such a clever way to do it. That honestly doesn't track with anything that Paul does, because it seems much more impulsive. So that's the kind of missing link for me.
Yes,
So now, though, on slide 34, we're looking at the rear.
yes,
Okay. And there's a white object in that photograph, correct?
that's correct.
And what does that represent?
That would be the bucket that was put over to protect the footwear impression.
Did you ultimately inspect that, what that's covering?
Yes,
And what if anything, did you find?
I found nothing there.
So you were told you were told there was a footprint there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and ultimately you wound up going over there, lifting the bucket and not seeing it, correct?
That's correct.
Did you take photos ultimately of like what was underneath that bucket?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you that's what you were told about, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you continue to do any inspection of that shed area on your own?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you tell us what, if anything, you located and where you went?
Sure. In relation to this photograph, up that ramp, just to the left of the door on that ramp, there I found another foot.
Yes, Beach Girl, that's what I'm saying. That hasn't come into evidence where we are in the trial. I do believe it's probably going to be coming in with this particular witness, as he had a history with being a forensic scientist when he was with the police. He is with the DA's office, and they do handle all of the kind of gatherable evidence for the cases. So I'm guessing we are going to get that information through him. And that's where I say that the disconnect is for me. Someone as cunning and who has thought about this crime to the level that they have, to have a plan to isolate the largest threat to themselves while committing this crime, he either thought it was going to be much easier to destroy evidence. I don't know. It really doesn't line up with the rest of how he carried out these crimes. They were kind of, again, maybe he was banking on the fire to destroy so much more than it actually did.
Footwear impression. So I photographed that.
Okay, had anyone pointed that one out to you?
No.
You located that?
Yes.
No. Can I have slide 35? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What's the photo of?
It's the footwear impression that I observed, and then the bottom right-hand corner is the scale. For reproduction purposes, if I had to reproduce this photograph on a 1-to-1 scale, that'll help me be able to do that.
Was something done with that at a later date, or did anyone else look at that?
Yes.
Were you able to determine any identifying features of that footprint at any time?
No.
Can you talk about other observations in the shed, other than the footprint?
Sure. I opened up the rear door of the shed, and I saw what appeared to be a visible or patent fingerprint.
And just to be clear, can I have slide 34? Is that the entrance to the shed that you're discussing now?
Yes.
I have slide 36. What do we see there, Lieutenant?
So that is what I perceive to be a fingerprint or handprint. Really, I observed like 3 looks like finger marks. So I scaled it and photographed it, and then I visually examined it for potentially preserving it.
I mean,
When
those
did you
look
do
like
that?
pretty big
Right there.
fingers.
Okay. Did you do anything with it later?
While I was on scene,
I mean, but I have really small hands. Youngest, most feral, and my hands are about the same size. So I was never any good at dodgeball.
after I did this, I examined it there and I was unable to observe any identifiable friction ridge characteristics. So those are characteristics in fingerprints that allow me to compare it with other or known fingerprints for identification purposes.
Can I have slide 37, please? What's that Photoshop?
So that's just on the inside of that rear door, floor level. There are 3 gas cans.
Okay. Now, at some point later in your investigation, did you find any other gas cans in that shed?
Yes.
Okay, where were they in relation to these ones?
On the opposite side, the front side, there were 2 larger ones.
Now, the ones that we see in slide 37, are they all the same size? Are they different? Are they the same brand? Or are they different? How is the context of that?
They all appear to be different sizes and different brands,
Different shapes?
different shapes.
Now, there is an area that, there's an opening there, right?
That's correct.
And did you make any visual observations of that opening
I
in
did.
relation to other evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That space was approximately the same size, width-wise, as the gas can I found in the driveway.
Now, after your photographic documentation of the shed and footprint and potential fingerprints, did you receive anything from Ocean Township police officers?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a QC DVR, a Fortinet switch, and assorted wires that they recovered from inside the garage.
And once you got that from the Ocean Township Police Department, what'd you do with it?
I secured it in my crime scene unit vehicle.
Okay, was there a point in time that morning later where you turned it over to someone else?
I did.
And who was that?
That was now Captain Weisbrot.
Were you advised as to where the DVR had been at least generally recovered from?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was located inside the garage near the southeast corner.
Can I have slide 120? Do you recognize
He
that
is
photo?
just
I do.
as
And what's the
stoked to
photo
be
of?
on camera
So that's
as
inside the 2
Jingles.
car garage. That's a photograph of me facing.
He's like, no,
taken of me
I will not.
Pointing the camera southeast in the northwest corner of the garage.
Is there a camera in that photograph?
Yes, there is.
Can you circle it?
Yes, sir.
Can we preserve that, please?
It's video 120.1.
I think, just for clarification, I think it might be point 2. I think Captain Weisbrot might have circled the same thing. I'm sorry.
I know he identified, but.
Yes.
He did?
Mr. Officer.
All right, so 120.2.
Now, I think we've seen the photos of the outside, not in their totality, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least we've seen different portions and angles of this house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time when you went into the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To document the basement.
Okay, why the basement?
Evidence collection was looking to get started by the fire marshals outside near that basement window well. I wanted to document the condition of the basement, specifically near that window well on the interior side, in case anything were to fall in or any sort of anything would impact the interior.
Can you tell me, like, generally how you got to the basement?
Walked through the front door, through the foyer, made a left to the small hallway. The stairs to the basement were right there. Went downstairs.
Once you enter the basement, are you in an area that's finished or unfinished?
As soon as you get to the basement, the bottom of the stairs, you are in a finished or partially, in this particular case, a partially finished area where there were obvious signs of construction.
The basement,
I mean, this is almost too clever for Paul, too, because of anywhere there might be a potentiality for sparks or a possible conductivity issue that would naturally spark a fire, it would be in the area of the house that is currently being remodeled. So some parts of this are kind of thought out with a certain kind of logic, and then other parts are like, the fire will take care of it. Everything will explode when the gas goes up.
directionally, finished versus unfinished. Can you tell us what, east versus west?
So the finished side was predominantly the west side of the house. The unfinished side was the east side. So as soon as you go down those stairs, the unfinished side, there were a pair of French doors immediately to your left. Once you go through those doors, it's unfinished. It's all household storage, things like that.
Can I have slide 85, please? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So those are the stairs I just were referring to that go up to the first floor. To the left is the finished side, but in a state of construction.
Okay, so where I'm standing right now, I'm looking at the photo, and I'm looking at the staircase.
That's correct.
And which direction would the unfinished side be for me?
The unfinished would be on your right.
Okay. Are there doors right there?
Yes, there are.
Can I have slide 87, please? What do we see there?
So this is just a little bit farther down the finished side towards the, as we're, I guess, traveling north now through the basement. You'll see the staircase to your right, and then that's like an unfinished theater room.
Okay. And the area on the right side of the photo, is that like underneath the stairs?
That would be underneath the stairs.
Can I have slide 89, please? What's that show us?
So that's inside that room. Now I'm actually facing towards the rear yard east, and that's just the wall that was there.
Okay.
And then you'll see to the right the staircase that goes upstairs.
Okay. And then in that photo, up to the top of the photo to the left would be walking into the unfinished side?
Yes.
Slide 86, please.
Oh, and it stayed away from the
And what
big
does that
screen
show?
TV.
So that is, I believe, the staircase is going to be to the immediately to my right, and then facing the front of the house, so west.
Those are a variety of photos that show the finished side of the basement.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to talk about the unfinished side. Can I have slide 91? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
So that's the unfinished side of the basement. That is pretty much the center of that area, directly as soon as you come inside those doors, facing north. So the exterior wall would be to the right, and that would be the rear yard.
Oh my gosh, we have these black and yellow totes. They're huge. We have a lot of them in my own storage room. I'm like, hey, I have those for a bunch of my craft stuff.
Can I have slide 91? I'm sorry, 105, please. What does that show?
So that's, again, right inside the doorway into the unfinished area. Directly ahead, you'll see that open window toward the top of the photo. That is the basement window well that's right next to the gas meter. Just below that, you'll see metal shelving, various household debris that's melted and burned. You'll see a dresser. You'll see fire hoses right in the center. Those were from the outside coming in.
So just outside of that little window, 105, is that an area of interest for you on the exterior of the home?
Yes.
And the gas meter would be out the window to the right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you do anything forensically, or do you seize anything in the basement?
At this point, no. It's just photographic documentation.
Did you seize anything upstairs on the first or second floor?
Not at this time, no.
Was there a point in time when you went outside the residence again?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To collect items of evidence on the exterior.
Now, was there somewhere in particular that you started?
Yes.
Can I have slide 25? And what are we looking at there?
That would be the gas can.
Okay, now,
Paul legitimately thought that he was going to get a fully involved house fire with that little amount of gas. Again, it's these incongruities. It's the, fire would destroy most tangible evidence, but then it is the baffling choice to use the smallest gas can he had available. If you want to destroy evidence with fire, you're going to have to go full hog. There is no saving the house, Paul. Not that I want to help you out at any point. It's just, it's the weird kind of like, this could work, but then the dumbass execution that is baffling to me.
when you're going outside potentially to collect his gas can, is that when you put the evidence marker down?
Yes.
And the number one, does that have any, what does that mean?
Just for visual orientation purposes, it doesn't indicate anything other than this is the first item I'm collecting.
And when you collected that item, did you make any specific observations about it?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed that it was partially full, and that the tip of the nozzle was partially melted.
Did you ultimately collect it?
Yes, I did.
And how do you go about collecting items of evidence like this?
So after I'm done with my photographic documentation, then I would make sure I had clean gloves on, and then find an appropriate container size-wise that would handle this. So it would be an unused paper evidence bag, and then I would take it up, place it in the bag, and then seal it for transportation and mark it.
Okay. Just gonna approach and show you what the market has 155. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that? And how do you know?
So it's got my handwriting on it. It's got my case number, my evidence number, and a tag that was ultimately placed on it after it was entered into our evidence management system.
And do you describe the nature of this gas can?
There's a description of the evidence that's inside the bag.
And did you document the size of it?
I did.
And what was the size of it?
So initially, when I first collected it, I thought it was a 2-gallon can. Once I brought it back to our office and was able to inspect it a little better, I determined it was a 1.25-gallon can or a 5-liter gas can with a burnt nozzle and containing 48 ounces of liquid is how I ultimately described it.
Now, just to be clear, is this full of gasoline right now?
No, it's not.
Okay, how come?
After I measured it, how much gasoline was in it, I reserved about 2 ounces for testing purposes, and the rest of it I discarded.
Could I ask you, I'm assuming you want to put on gloves, but could I ask you to open the bag?
Sure.
It will be interesting to see if they got any fingerprint information from the gas can, because generally they're a kind of funky, like orange peel texture in my kind of experience with them. So I don't know that that would really be conducive to like getting a good fingerprint. Also, I wonder if he didn't pick one of the bigger cans, because typically we keep the smaller cans. No, why would you pick a smaller can? Typically we keep smaller cans, but that's to do like the funky gas oil mix that you need to do with like leaf blowers and stuff. But I would still think it would be flammable because it's oil and gas. I'm not a scienceologist or a fireologist. Ooh, someone let him play with a box cutter.
I would just ask you to briefly take out the gas can. Can you just point out and describe the damage that you identified to the gas can?
It's going to be at the tip of the nozzle right here.
Just the tip, giggity. I'll see myself out.
And as we are here today in court, is it fair to say that there is evidence of burning on the tip of the gas can?
Yes.
If you too experience burning at the tip, please call your local VD clinic, because, you know, that might be an issue. You're all curled up like right on my kidney. You can stretch out, but here.
Now, can I have slide, I'm sorry, S1A slide? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Now,
like no
you
gravity.
talked, we were just talking about the gas can, we were talking about that area of potential fire damage on the garage area. Did you also utilize, or did you also visually inspect or do anything with respect to the area near the basement well window and the gas meter?
Outside of photographic documentation, I just assisted the fire marshals in collecting their evidence.
Can I have slide 41, please? Just so we
Have a
understand
great
what's
lunch,
depicted in that
Wolfram.
photograph.
Thank
So
you.
there's going to be 4 areas of evidence that we collected. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be soil samples. One of them is an actual soil sample that we want to be tested. Another one would be a control sample. So 2 would be a
Granny Smith, I do think that with evidence, the defense can request their own test, but because they might not have wanted to test, or they might have taken whatever tests from the, state lab that the state did. It is odd, but testing costs money, and I do know that there are certain hoops that they have to go through to get approval. It's not impossible, but I don't know. It is a bit odd, but I don't think the defense in this case would have done much in the way of testing. I mean, what would have been really helpful in this case is had they canvassed the area and were able to find other cars going down the street or stopping in front of Paul's house. Now, I don't think they found any of that. And they probably did have a time. I know in Idaho, there were time when Shizzy and I were going through the documents, there were meetings made between the prosecution office and the defense could go through and like pick what they need to have reserved, what they wanted to have, a look at with their own laboratory. So I do think that it's standard. I just don't think there would be anything in this case or much that we're aware of at the moment that would prove that Paul is being set up by a conspiracy greater than the Illuminati, the Masons, and the Shriners combined.
Soil sample near the gas meter. 3 would be the control for that. 4 would be a soil sample within that basement window well, and 5 would be a control sample for that.
Okay. And those soil samples, were they preserved by anyone?
Yes,
Who were they preserved by?
by me.
How did you do that?
Each sample was secured individually in an unused paint can and then sealed and marked.
Now, coming back to the area of the garage where you found the gas can with the burnt nozzle, can I have slide 43? I think we've looked at this general area previously, correct?
That's correct.
Is there something different about this photograph?
Yes.
What's that?
So that's the burnt nitrile glove that I collected that was in front of the garage. It was that black mass before when I said I flipped it over to see what it was. That's what that depicts.
Okay, so there's slide 42.
It was moved from its original location to photograph it.
Okay. What's depicted in slide 42?
That's it turned over. It's a shot of the photograph of the glove facing straight down.
And is at this point in time and in this orientation of that item that you determined to appear to be a black nitrile glove?
Yes.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S156 for identification. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S156 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it. It's got my case number on it, my handwriting's on it, my evidence identification number. Read all?
You don't have to read it all. I mean,
This one is the one, this is Loki. He's named correctly. He likes to eat my wigs. He definitely loves them. He is the reason that all my wigs live in my closet because he has destroyed a fair few of them trying to eat them. He loves me because my chair is heated. So he and the other cats fight over the chair. You should see them when I don't sit on it, and I will not put the heater on for just the cats. And they're like, what has happened? So I think they have realized that I only turn the heater on when I'm here. So it's kind of a scrum to see who gets on the chair.
ultimately, what is that?
That is the burnt nitrile glove. Evidence marker number 6 is how I described it.
Okay. And that what was depicted in that last photograph that we were looking at?
Yes.
The last series of photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And is your evidence markings on there?
Yes, along with the markings from the state police.
Okay. How do you know they're markings from the state police?
It's got their lab number from when I submitted it is written on it.
Okay. So this is something ultimately that you said was submitted to the New Jersey State Police?
Yes.
Forensic Laboratory?
Yes, sir. Could I make a comment about the way that that's packaged?
Yes,
For trial.
that's a good point.
For trial presentation purposes.
Was this the way it was initially packaged?
All the contents of these individually wrapped plastic bags were. So this nitrile glove was placed in this paper bag. When it was sent back, or sent to the lab, returned with the lab markings on it. But in preparation of trial, So we can, because it's got a lot of debris and obviously falling apart, so we can handle it and be able to show it to the jury here. I packaged it in this clear plastic so everybody can see it without it getting all over the place.
Now, is that the only item that was packaged in a somewhat similar manner?
No.
Okay, and again, just for purposes of the jury be able to see it?
Yes.
It does look like he's lost a lot of weight, but he doesn't have like the loose kind of skin that normally accompanies a significant amount of weight loss that would be indicated by his former suit size. So, I mean, if he has lost that much weight without kind of getting the sort of shrunken look, that's pretty good. But yes, sir, it's time. Look, I have the same problem. Look, I am going to share a little like personal quirk with you guys. Mr. Mo, if I want to buy clothes, has to go back and drop it down a size because, and I'm okay with him doing it. In fact, I've asked him to do it because I'm still not comfortable, buying a smaller size yet. So, I'll just say, oh, hey, I put some things in the cart. Can you change the size? Because I'm still getting used to in my head being a smaller size. So I do get it, but sir, it's time. You did a good job. Let's get a new suit.
Now, the area we were just talking about, near the garage and where that glove was found, was any control samples taken from there?
Yes, there were.
Slide 44. All right. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What does that show?
So item number 7 depicts the area of debris that I collected where the fire took place. In that corner, I guess that's the northeast corner of the garage threshold there.
Okay. And can I have slide 45, please? What does that show?
And that's going to be the area that I collected inside the garage underneath that blue tile would be the area where I collected debris as a control sample.
And again, this is going to, without even having to address, the defense's kind of overarching kind of narrative that the police just, took one look at this, not objectively, not at all, not based on the evidence, completely decided that Paul was totally guilty. This gentleman is the perfect antidote for that kind of thought process if you think that that's the case, because he's doing such a thorough job. He didn't go in there assuming anything. The man took literal soil samples, okay? You can't fight that they didn't do a thorough investigation and, followed where the evidence led them.
Just to be clear, I mean, it may be obvious, but just the sample versus the control, they're taken on different areas. And why is that?
So in this particular case, item number 7 is the area where the fire was suspected to have occurred. Item number 8 is an area where we know fire did not occur. So we can take, when we test both samples, we could see if there's anything maybe natural that would indicate anything. So it's just an area where the lab can have unaffected sample.
And was there a point in time after you collected the glove, the gas can, and the samples that we've just discussed, where you were tasked with documentation of the portion of the car?
Yes, sir.
And where did that actually happen?
That happened right where it was parked at.
Okay. And why was that done?
Just for documentation purposes of the damage to the car. I wanted to ensure that the only damage done to that car was just to the exterior hood and that it didn't penetrate the interior engine compartment or any other parts of the car.
Now, just briefly, I have slide 47, please. What are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side rear passenger compartment of the car, of the Macan. And that's outside looking in with the door open.
And slide 46, please. What do you see there?
That would be the driver's side, actually the driver's seat of the Macan in the driveway. Same thing, door open so you could see visibly inside.
This man did not stop at damn McDonald's to get, a hash brown? I swear to goodness. This man probably did get him a big old McFlurry after he torched his brother's house.
Slide 48, please. What does that show?
That's the real cargo area of the Macan.
And slide,
Closed.
I'm sorry. Slide,
This is not a cute car. It looks like a slightly fancy hatchback. I don't know why you would spend extra money for the Porsche name, because it does nothing for me.
slide 49. What's that?
And that's under, with the rear cargo area open, there's like a decking. That's with the decking lifted up just to see that there wasn't anything there. Damaged area, I should say.
I'm sorry. Slide 50, please. What do you see here?
And that's the Macan's engine compartment, hood up, just photographing as it was.
And slide 51, please. What does that show?
That's some sort of defect to the lower, I guess, the lower bumper of the Macan, I guess, front passenger side.
Now, just to be clear, during the course of your photographic documentation of the Porsche Macan on November 20th, 2018, did you identify any potential evidence? Did you seize any potential evidence?
In relation to the Macan, no.
Was there a more thorough search that ultimately wound up happening the next day?
Yes, there was.
Now, is there a point in time after you were done with the photographic documentation of the Macan that you re-entered the residence?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just to continue the documentation of the damage inside both the first and the second floors and search for any potential items of evidence.
And how did you enter the home at night?
I believe at that time through the garage, maybe.
Did you ultimately observe the front door and the foyer area and everything?
Yes.
Okay, can I have slide 52? So what are we looking at?
So that's the front door outside looking into the house.
Okay, slide 53?
Obviously, I started there.
You were obviously in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can I have slide 54? What are we looking at there?
So that's as soon as you go through that front door, there's a small foyer area immediately to your right would be like a living room. And that's in the farthest, I guess, the south west corner, looking northeast.
Okay, and previously, when you were outside, or you were discussing the outside photos, you talked about French doors, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the French doors there?
Yes. So past the dining room, you'll see the dining room table and chairs, and then beyond that is the interior side of those French doors.
You have slide 55. You recognize that?
So,
What's that?
so that's a photograph of me standing in the foyer looking down into the, to step down into the living room area I was just discussing. There's an end table there with a lime green lighter and then a blue lighter on the floor.
I'm sorry, can I have slide 56?
Bless you.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So that's the two lighters I was just referring to. Item number 9 is the green, and then item number 10 is the blue.
We'll approach and show you what's been marked as S157 first. Identification. Oh, no. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
So that's the lime green big lighter, my case number and evidence item number.
Okay, and S158, you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
The blue big lighter. Again, case number and evidence number.
And S157, S158, are these the...
I don't remember that the prosecution wanted to test soil conditions, but I believe that there was really general scuttlebutt about the actual hardness of the ground. So if John hit the ground when it had been cold in the weather conditions, was it akin to cement or pavement, or did it have a little give in it? Now, I contend because that he had grass stains on him, that the ground had to be at least soft enough that the top layer still had some give in it, which means that it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't totally hard. So I don't know. None of that case made sense to me. I am still kind of tismy amazed in my general people watching as like a separate species, that was the case that has caused so much drama. I would have thought that, the Lake and Riley case or some other case would have been the big kind of dramatic case of the year, not the Karen Reed case. But it touched off, something very it touched upon this kind of sense that the government has all the power, and it did kind of go with the general themes of David versus Goliath. But beyond kind of those ideas, it didn't capture my interest like I think it captured a lot of people's interest. So I've continued to be amazed that Karen Reed is still a thing.
The actual items that we saw in those photos?
Yes.
Slide 50. Sorry, sorry about that. I'm almost done. There's slide 57. Now, fair to say you continue documentation efforts of 27 Tilton.
That's correct. My responsibilities on a scene like this is not only to locate evidence, it's also just to document any damage or the extent of damage.
In slide 57, do you see damage?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's going to be against the primarily fire damage straight ahead in that window there directly above the basement window well. You'll also see sheetrock pulled down from the ceiling and on the exterior, on the walls. Yeah, the exterior wall to your right.
Slide 58, please. What are we looking at there?
That's closer to the window. There's a desk there. You will see through that window the rear yard.
Okay, and 59, please. Same photo closer up?
Same photo closer up. Now this is me panning up towards the ceiling. You'll see again the deck on the outside to your left, the trampoline, and then the neighbor's yard directly behind.
Now, slide 60, please. What do we see here?
Pretty much from the same spot, just turn now north towards the dining room.
Slide 61. What do we see here?
That's just the kitchen area, and that was located just beyond the dining room.
I am flippin' flapjack surprised that there is not a border with some sort of grapes. I just had a feeling, I don't know, when I profiled, Paul's house from the outside, I assumed that every room would have its own, themed border. If you were a kid of the early 90s, then you remember your mom wanting to put a border up in every room and you got to pick a theme. Why didn't the Lord stop us?
Talking about doors before, that's just past the stove is the sliding glass door that leads from the kitchen to the back deck.
Okay. That would be the second, looking left to right of that photo before, that would be the middle entrance to the rear of the home.
It would be, yes. And then straight ahead, you'll see that white laundry basket. That's the mudroom area.
And beyond the mudroom is what?
The garage.
Now, at some point in time, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, how did you go upstairs?
Above the basement stairwell is the stairwell to the second floor, so I use that.
Did you visually and otherwise document the rooms that you found upstairs?
Yes.
And what types of rooms were generally upstairs?
There were four bedrooms and 2 full baths.
I have slide 65. Showing getting upstairs, obviously.
Yes.
When you go up there, can you start left and tell us what you found?
Sure. At the top of the stairs, immediately to your left, is a bedroom that was identified as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom. Straight ahead was a bedroom for one of his adult daughters. I believe it was Marissa's. To the right of that is another daughter's bedroom. And then if you go down where that railing is a hallway
Sorry, my arm's
backward.
going numb.
So you would be going
They're
down
only 400 pounds a cat.
south. And to your left would be a full bath. And then you would enter the master suite area, which contains a full bathroom, walk-in closet, and bedroom.
So just quickly, slide 66. What do we see here?
That would be Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Was that the first bedroom to the left?
Yes.
Okay. And can I have slide 70, please?
Sorry.
What is that?
That would be, I believe that was Marissa's bedroom.
Slide 71.
Caitlin's bedroom?
This bedroom here, this is the third one we've looked at, correct?
I kind of like the shelving thing. I love that I go decorating shopping in crime scene photos. I'm like, ooh, I like that lamp. I like that shelf. I don't understand why you would have anything to hang something in front of your mirror or on top of your mirror. That makes no logical sense. But there you go.
At this particular point, it would be the third one.
And this one, the third one, is it on the front side of the house or the back side?
It's going to be at the northeast corner, the backside.
And then you said there was a bathroom next to this one?
Yes.
And then
I have had this very conversation with Mr. Mo because he wanted to put like a shelving unit on the top of my bed. And I'm like, do I look like I want to play a part in Final Destination? No, that's, he laughed at me, but I was like, no, on the very off chance, although slightly more likely than you would think, because Indiana is on the New Madrid fault line in the center of the United States, and we have had earthquakes before, I don't want everything falling on my head.
we went to the master area.
Yes.
Next slide, 72. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
That would be the master bedroom area.
Okay. And slide 73. What do we see in that photo?
That would be the damage in the walk-in closet in that bedroom.
The walk-in closet, as it relates to the bedroom, is the walk-in closet on the back side of the house?
Yes, it would be. It would actually be on the southeast corner, directly in line with the bedroom basement window well, that living room where we saw the picture of the window that's straight up.
Okay. Slide 74. Does that assist you in discussing the layout of the master?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just explain what we got there?
So on the right-hand side of the picture is the walk-in closet. Straight back, you'll see the two doors that are partially open, almost all the way open. You'll see a mirror to the left. To the left of that is an entrance to the master bath. And then continuing to the left is the hallway, entrance to the hallway.
Now, is there any damage to the ceiling in that photograph?
Yes.
And then slide 75. You see there?
That you can see sky. That would be a hole through the roof.
Is that in the area of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Just quickly, slide 76. What's that?
That would be the master bedroom.
I like that bath setup.
Now, you talked about earlier how you gave the DVR to Captain or Detective Weisbauer at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did you respond to Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And was there a point in time when you were at the Ocean Township Police Department that you learned something that was kind of significant to that investigation thus far?
Yes.
What was that?
That the Colts Neck Police Department and Fire Department responded to 15 Willowbrook for a reported structure fire with at least one person deceased on the front lawn.
Now, during the course of your time at the Ocean Police Department, were you asked to photographically document anything?
Yes.
And what were you asked to take pictures of?
Specifically of Mr. Caneiro, his left hand. It was reported that he had an injury to it, so I was asked to photograph it.
I have slide 128. Sorry. You recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's the photo show?
Mr. Paul Caneiro
And where was that taken?
at the Ocean Township Police Department.
Can I show you slide 129? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that's a photograph of the back of Mr. Caneiro's right and left hands.
I have slide 130.
So this is a close-up photograph of Mr. Caneiro's right and left hands.
Slide 131. What's that?
That's focusing on Mr. Caneiro's left hand, the backside of it.
And slide 132, sorry. You recognize that?
Yes.
We need a warning before we have to see a male fupa. What the hell? Damn, you trial? I was not prepared. Ugh.
Part of documenting any potential injuries is doing like a small abrasion to the back side of his left arm.
The next day, Wednesday.
I'm going to stop you here before we go into the next day. Can we turn the lights back on?
You honest to God state, I've always been on your side, but you let the jurors go home with that being the last thing they flippin' saw? Like, Do you understand that every single one of the jurors had to go to the hub that night to get the image out of their mind for their own personal safety? Ew. So now we are into day 7, and brace yourself because the sweater pick for Paul. What in the osh gosh bagosh is going on here? Argyle called and they'd like you to please kindly not represent them ever.
Morning, sir.
Now, I think where we stopped is, we just about to begin talking about the next day, Wednesday, November 23rd.
Dude, you take Paul's sweater and give him your suit. Look, the suit looks like it's big enough it might fit Paul, could be a little tight, but seriously, switch.
2018. You recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recall where you first went investigatively on that day?
I believe initially to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your response to Ocean Police Department that day?
Waiting on search warrants for a car that Mr. Caneiro drove to the Ocean Township Police Department the night before.
Now, was there, ultimately that day, was there a specific vehicle that you searched at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And which vehicle was that?
It was a Porsche Cayenne.
Okay. And did you learn prior to that where the vehicle had been located, at the time of the fire?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in the, I guess, the westernmost garage at 27 Tilton. And at some point during the fire, Mr. Caneiro removed it from the garage and parked it on Tilton Drive.
And where was the vehicle located upon your arrival at the Ocean Township Police Department?
It was parked in their sally port.
And as far as the search goes, can you tell us how that's conducted?
It begins with a series of overall photographs of the exterior of the car, then overall photographs of the interior of the car, and then starting at one side, systematically searching the entire car.
Can I have the back table, please? We're going to go to what's previously been marked as S1A. Can I have slide 135, please?
So we are getting to the point where the police start looking in the car that the Caneiros drove to the police station, and they're going to find Paul's not go bag, but it had his passport, like savings and loans bonds, cashable CDs, I think, just all the stuff you might take if you needed to make a one-way trip to a non-extraditable country. Totally not sus at all that he moved the car with his go bag away from the house that he was going to potentially burn to cinders.
Now, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what's that shot?
That's the Porsche Macan inside the Cayenne parked inside the...
You know, really a cat man? That actually would be the way I would go with the defense. I mean, if Paul was willing to do it, I would attempt to throw his wife under the bus. She finds out through, that Paul has been spending money on his, Colombian side piece, and that he's taking her down to Colombia. She decides that, you know what? Paul can't inherit if he's in jail. This is just devious enough that a woman could have done it. We need to check Paul's wife's cell phone.
Township Police Department, Sallyport.
Allegedly in Minecraft. Heifer, do not come at me. This is a joke. It's satire. And if you don't get this, I can't help you. Go watch Daria. Get your doctorate in sarcasm and then come back.
Can I have one, please? And what's that show?
So that's one of the series of overall photographs where it began. It's at the front driver's side corner of the car.
And slide 137. What's that show?
It's the open cargo area of the Cayenne.
Okay, and generally speaking, what do we see in that photo?
You'll see two bags. One on the left is it's a pillowcase that I had filled with Mr. Canero's medication. The day before, it was asked that we collect some medication for him. I went in the house, collected that, put it in that bag, brought it to him and his family. The night of the 20th, I took it and secured it in the car pending the search warrant. And then the bag to the left is a book bag that was in the back of the car.
Okay. Can I have slide 138, please? And what's that again?
That's just a close-up photograph of the bag.
Now, once the vehicle was photographed, did you ultimately examine the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I believe this is the, Porsche. I want to say Cicada, but I know it's wrong. I think not Sonata. It's the wife's car. Why they all had to lease white Porsches, I don't know.
Okay. Marked as S-159 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is this?
It's the book bag, that black book bag from that photo.
Okay. And the book bag's inside this packaging?
Yes.
Just,
Sir, work on your posture. You're giving me a backache. And again, you're going to get a hump. If you don't want to hump in your old age, shoulders back, sit up straight, or you're going to get a hump.
just want to talk a little bit about, and you can, if you don't mind, you can leave the PowerPoint up just for ease. And we can always go back to the home screen if it's too long. I just want to show you slide 140. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's an automatic knife that I found in the book bag.
Okay. I have slide 141. And what's that?
That's just the opposite side of that knife.
And then I'm going to show you slide 142. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the knife with the blade extended.
Now, have slide 143. What's that, Chip?
That's a FLIR,
What's a FLIR?
forward-looking infrared radar. Basically, it's like it detects heat signatures. It attaches.
This son of a biscuit used night vision like Buffalo Bill?
To, in this particular case, an iPhone at the bottom.
And slide 144. What's that?
Those are an assortment of keys that were located in the book bag.
Now, the photos we just looked at, where were they taken?
They were taken at the Ocean Township Police Department. You'll see the plastic underneath. That's the cargo area of the Cayenne.
And can I have slide 145, please? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a piece of paper with writing and numbers.
Okay, and
Looks like dates.
okay, you said there's dates?
I believe those are dates on the right-hand side.
Are there universities listed on there?
Yes, there are.
And you said these were all photographed at the Ocean Township Police Department. Was that during the course of the search?
Yes.
And these items that we...
That might actually correlate. Now, why it would be... No, it would be in the backpack probably because it was a record of... We heard from his friend with condo benefits that he helped pay for the college admissions fees for her daughter. So those look like the typical amounts that you might have to put in an application for. So to various colleges. Again, a friend that'll pay your condo payment, your car payment, take you down to Columbia. I mean, Who doesn't have friends like that?
Discussed thus far, where were they located?
In the book bag.
Can I have slide 148, please? What do we see there?
The passport, United States.
Slide 149? What's that?
That's the proof the passport was issued to Paul J. Caneiro.
And I want to show
I will say it is interesting that he lost a good bit of weight in jail. Typically, Donna Adelson gained a lot of weight, but typically it's a lot more processed and carbohydrates than people are used to eating. I'm guessing he didn't get a lot of honey bun funds.
you slide 150. That's what that is?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's a pinch and seal, like a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And did you ultimately open that?
Yes.
Okay, what was inside that?
Paper towels, and inside the paper towels was a barrel of a gun, and at the time, an unknown, what I described as an unknown firearm port.
Can I have slide 151, please? What does that show?
So that, in the front of it, I'm sorry, if you're looking at it, it's going to be to your left on the bottom is the gun barrel, and then to the right would be those unknown firearm ports.
Paul, for the love of tiny baby Jesus, why didn't you take a plea deal? At this point, I mean, you could have written a book while you were there if I had done it, and you would have looked less guilty. I mean, OJ is looking, well, up or down, respectively, whatever you believe, asking this man thinks he's going to go free?
No. I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-162 for identification. Let me ask if you recognize.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is that automatic knife.
Okay. And can you open up that magazine?
It will be interesting to see if the medical examiner can link any of the stab wounds on the victims to the length and, I guess, the depth and width of this particular bladed item, if they can tell that it was not serrated or double-edged. It would be, or even DNA. I do wonder if this is going to end up being the actual knife that was used, or if there was another knife that was collected at Keith's home. I can't remember if this was the crime where the knife was found in Keith's home or if he had it in the backpack.
Are you able to hold up that knife to show what it looks like? And how did that operate?
The backside of it.
Can everyone see? Okay.
So you just push this upwards, just when it extends it, and then to retract it, it doesn't go. You just have to pull it down.
Now, I'm actually shocked that if that was the item used, that Paul didn't have more cut marks on his hands, because there's not really a guard on this. And typically with stabbing kind of crimes, we see that the stabber will end up injuring themselves as well because the knife gets slippery. So I'm guessing whatever he used that was bladed possibly had more of a guard functionally than that. I drink it while it's warm and then it gets cold. Well, can you put it back in the microwave for a minute? Thank you.
Just going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-160 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's $168 that I found in that box.
Between you, me, and the internet, while the feral one is gone, I continuously let my hot chocolate go cold so I can get him in and out of the room so he doesn't fuse to my bed. Also, to just for a second, stop him from wallowing around in my bed. We've already had this discussion, but I like my bed made. I like the feeling of being the first person to, get into my nicely made bed in the evening. My youngest, most feral son must know that it bothers me, and he will waller around like a piglet and make his own nest.
Okay.
I'm going to show you S161.
It's the white foil child-resistant pigeon slide bag with that held the 9mm barrel and the unknown possible firearm.
Okay, can I have slide 150? And what is that again?
That's the pinch and seal, pinch and slide Ziploc style bag.
How in the hell is the defense going to have a defense for this? The fact that the barrel, again, ballistics is not a settled science, nor is it as objective as it should be to be a legitimate, one-to-one comparison. But they can tell if a bullet is more likely to have come from this barrel than not come from this barrel. So how is it that, again, the conspirosity got together, put the barrel in the one car that they knew you were going to protect from the house fire? It's interesting, isn't it?
I'll show you what's been marked as S176 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is?
That's the 9mm Paris-Sig gun barrel from the foil bag.
Are you able to open that?
Thank you. My cats seem to shed continually, and they will let you brush them for a total of 3.5 seconds, and then they will try to claw the hell out of you. So I tried to get the, de-shedding tool that's supposed to go in and get all the undergrowth or whatever. Dingus would be beautiful if you would let me brush him, but he likes to attack me. So, honest to goodness, my floor looks like a bunch of Chewbacca's live in the house.
Okay, couldn't you possibly display that for purposes of jury being able to see?
Right now, it's in a little Ziploc bag that was the barrel was put into it by the state police when they examined it. I'm gonna take it out so we can.
And I'm actually shocked that Thor hasn't been around, because if Thor knows that I'm wearing dark clothing, he will come and waller all over me so that I have a light dusting of white blonde hair, all over my clothing. Now, what is interesting about this case, and I'm not a force multiplier expert by any means, is that I didn't know that there were force multipliers that had interchangeable barrels. So that was something new.
Now, I think you said that ultimately was examined by the New Jersey State Police?
Yes.
And which division of the State Police?
The ballistics lab?
Okay. Did that later return to you, or did you pick that up?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that barrel? What does it do?
So, just generally speaking, the barrel of a of a handgun or any type of gun. It's how a bullet is or expired out of a handgun. Once you pull the trigger, the bullet goes down the barrel. It's got rifling in it. It helps with accuracy. The bullet then spins outside the front of it. This particular barrel has at the end of it a thread, which allows certain muzzle devices to be attached to it.
Now, what I do find interesting is having kind of learned more about UK force multipliers and kind of UK EU more force multiplier rules. If you were to use those for hunting, it's kind of seen as respectful to use a suppressor, across the pond. But over here, well, you're obviously trying to be, a super criminal. So respectful and, general awareness of the loudness of these things, and that a suppressor is not going to make it go choo, choo, like in Hollywood. And then America, do you have a license for that silencer? We are a strange, weird, backwards country, but we do things our own way.
Now, I want to show you first what's been marked as S163 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
I described it as a Gorlish mesh and canvas bag containing miscellaneous wires and accessories from the black book bag.
Like phone wires and cords and things?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you S164. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's in there?
It's an Audi key from the black book bag.
Did they see an Audi vehicle at the property of 27 Tilden Drive?
No, I did not.
Hey, I get that you're communing with a cat quietly.
And I just want to show you S177.
Latest from youngest most feral. If you hear meow meow in the back, he is quietly learning cat so he can be bilingual when he goes back to school. I need to get a bumper sticker that says your kid may be an honor roller, but my kid speaks to our cats.
You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the unknown possible firearms parts that were in that pinch and slide bag.
Okay. Can you open that up?
Sure.
The subtle look on Loki of help me, please save me.
Can you show us what's in that? Sure. That box? What is that again?
This was the unknown firearm part.
Okay. Was that ultimately sent to the New Jersey State Police ballistic shooter as well?
Sorry. Yes, it was. It was sent as is. When I found it, it was in those separate parts, and this is how it was returned.
Okay. And again, slide 150 is on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that where that item was located?
Yes.
And just
Wrapped in the paper towels.
can I have slide 152, please? And just
Yes, I do believe so, because if I'm understanding kind of the organizational structure of this locality, the DA's office, if they choose to pursue a case, has their own investigators, and those investigators are responsible for picking up any of the evidence that's kind of portable. So, gloves or fingerprints or things like that. So I think that is kind of helpful when you have a case with many different scenes, but I think he will be the one in charge of all of the physical evidence coming in.
going back to the barrel. Is that present in that photo?
Yes.
What else is present?
Paper towels.
And then slide 153. What do we have here?
The unknown parts, as I found it in the 3 separate parts.
You can go back to the home. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S165. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a key ring with a nest fob and dollar fob and then the serial number and 2 master lock keys from the black book bag.
Did you look at a photo of that earlier?
I believe we did.
Can I have slide 154? 144, sorry. And is that what's depicted on the screen at 144? Is that what you just
Want me
described?
to circle? Or it's the set of keys at the top right-hand corner with the, I guess, that little blue rectangle device on it.
Okay. And is there another key that's depicted that we already discussed?
Yes.
Which key is that?
That would be the Audi key. That's the car key to the left.
Now, within that bag, did you locate any, like a wallet or credit cards or anything along those lines?
Yes.
Can I have slide 139? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a black leather-like wallet that I found in the book bag.
And ultimately, in preparation for your testimony,
American Express. It's everywhere you want to flee. Good night. Do you have enough American Express Platinums?
were the items within that wallet and the wallet itself, were they displayed for court presentation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-168. Do you recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is that?
That's the black leather-like wallet and then all the cards that were found inside of it.
Oh, and they made a scrapbook. Yeah, cash isn't traceable as much, idiot.
On 168, do you see any names on any of those cards?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the majority of them have whose name?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, is there a Macy's card?
Yes, there is.
And what's the name of that?
Yazel Restrevo?
Okay, and is there a Mr. Caneiro's license?
Yes.
I'm going to show you S-166. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It's an Anchor Power Cord 1300 in a hermit shell case from the box book bag.
Also, why do you have your friends with condo benefits, her Macy's card?
S-166, that's the Anchor Power Card?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as S-175. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's miscellaneous family mail and papers and financial documents from the black book bag.
We're generally belonging to.
Mr. Caneiro.
You said Mr. Caneiro, can you just be more specific?
Paul Caneiro, sir.
Did you find other personal items, financial documents and the like?
Yes, sir.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-174. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an envelope containing 17 U.S. savings bonds.
Savings bonds?
Yes, sir.
In whose names, if you recall?
Caitlin Caneiro and Marissa Caneiro.
Are they in all the same denominations or different denominations?
If I remember correctly, I'm going to look at the different denominations.
Show you what's been marked as S-172. Let me ask you if you recognize what's in there.
Yes.
What's that?
It's an envelope with various credit cards and a leather case with a Colombian currency, Canadian coins, and other assorted cards.
Colombian currencies, that was it?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as 173 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's a T-Mobile SIM card that went found in the book bag.
And S-169.
It's a leather passport holder with a U.S. passport for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro.
Is that the same passport that we saw on that, on the screen just a little while earlier?
Yes.
I just also want to show you, I think it's two S items from the background. S-170 first. You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a FLIR 1 Pro thermal camera for iOS.
Was that what we saw earlier on the screen?
Yeah.
S-143, or slide 143 of S-18? Is that what's depicted in that envelope?
Yes.
And lastly, S-171. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Mantis X firearms training system from the book bag.
What is a Mantis X firearm system, if you know?
It's a device that you attach to a firearm that you can dry fire, meaning to pull the trigger of a firearm without ammunition in it. It records data from that, such as the angle of the gun, the barrel, all that stuff, and it sends that information to an app.
Don't mind me. Sorry about that. Now, the items that you just identified and described, were they all found within that backpack?
Yes.
Now, the items within the backpack, were they ultimately seized and secured?
Yes, they were.
How does that happen?
So after photographic documentation, they're inventoried at some point, put on a evidence property receipt to generate a chain of custody. Then they're secured in my vehicle and then ultimately transported to our office where we have a secure area. It's a temporary evidence vault. It's enhanced security on it, and it's stored there pending either processing, should the evidence dictate that, or submission to a lab for further analysis, or put into our main evidence vault for long-term storage.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities as a crime scene detective, are you often tasked with delivering items to labs like the New Jersey State Police Laboratory?
Yes.
And does that include physical evidence?
Yes.
Does that also include times like ballistic evidence?
Yeah, that's all physical evidence.
Now, after the search of the Porsche Cayenne and the backpack were completed, did you return anywhere?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
27 Tilton Drive,
Okay, and what was the purpose of you going back there?
to execute search warrant at that residence.
We're talking about which date now, just to be clear.
The following day, the 21st.
Now, upon return to 27 Tilton, like what was the plan? What was the purpose at the location now?
So it was to conduct a systematic and thorough search of the home and the vehicles that are on the property.
Now, fair to say you photographically documented and kind of surveyed the location pretty thoroughly the day before?
That's fair to say, yes.
So is there a point in time on Wednesday, November 21st, that you are going to now look for items specifically of potential evidential value?
That's correct.
And can you tell us how you started doing that on the 21st?
So my plan that day was to grab another detective from my unit, Detective Robert Flanagan. Him and I were going to start on the top floor, pick one room, we picked the master bedroom, and then we would systematically go from bedroom to bedroom, searching. Second floor, first floor, and then end in the basement. And there was a second search team comprised of members of the Ocean Township Police Department and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, who would then follow us and conduct the secondary search after that.
Who touches items of evidence? Who touched items of evidence on that date?
Myself, and then during the secondary search, I believe there was a couple other items that were located that members of the Ocean Township or the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office located.
Now,
Ultimately, when they found those items, when they found those items, they would notify me, I would go photograph it and actually collect it at that point.
do you recall where you started locationally or physically within the home that day?
I believe it was the master bedroom, second floor.
Can I have slide 72, please? Recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's the master bedroom.
There's slide 78. You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that was with the mattress and box spring of the bed in that master bedroom removed to show the articles that were underneath the bed.
Slide 79, please. What's that?
That's a Pelican Storm case that has a padlock on the, I guess, the lower left side of the case.
Okay, was that ultimately opened as a result of your search?
Yes.
I have slide 81. And that showed what?
That's the bottom of the case. It had an identifier, Paul Caneiro, 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712, and the phone number. So Wayside is a section of Ocean Township.
Okay, and slide 80, please. What does that show?
That's with the case open. You'll see on the left-hand side a flashlight, and then to the right is a magazine, what appears to have a bullet in it. Just above that are pieces of grips that you can attach to the firearm. To the top left is a knife. To the right is a box of ammunition, and then to the far right is a Walther PPS 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, was that weapon there, was that ultimately taken to the State Police Ballistics Unit?
Yes.
Was it tested?
Yes, it was.
It'll be interesting because we haven't yet got to which of these force multipliers did the unaliving.
Just going to show you first what's been marked as S178 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes, it did.
Can you open it up? Can you show us what that is? And does that contain the entirety of the contents?
Sorry, I was trying to
as
do
slide
something
80
with
at
my
this point in
hand.
time?
No.
Okay, why not?
The handgun was removed for submission to the State Police Lab for testing.
Let me show you. That's it. Can I have my identifier first?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S179. Can you tell us what it is before you open it up or show it to anybody?
It's a Walther PPS 9mm handgun, serial number AE0967 with magazine.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now going to be shown a handgun. I want you to know prior to the handgun being shown here today, it's been checked by law enforcement, both from the Sheriff's Department and by the prosecutor's office. So you should not have any concerns about that. But I want to make sure you knew that before it was showed to you today. Okay? Go ahead.
Can you open it up, Lieutenant? Are you able to take it out of the box? Display it? What are we looking at?
This is the Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
And along the lines of what the judge was just telling the jury, there's something here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a gun lock, cable lock,
And what's the purpose of that?
to prevent it from being charged, being put ammunition in and firing.
And is the gun otherwise safe for any other reasons?
Yes.
Why is that?
It does not have any ammunition in it.
Okay. You take that back. And again, the gun that you just displayed is the gun that was found in that case there?
Yes.
You can go back. Now, can I have slide 82 of S1A? Now, Lieutenant, can you tell us what that photo depicts?
Two holsters. One's a handgun holster. The one on the right and the one on the left is a magazine holster.
Now, can I have slide 66, please? Let me show you what's been marked as S180. Do you recognize what's in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Two holsters from the master bedroom. They were just in the photo we just saw.
Okay, so you said it was, that's what was in the photo we just saw?
Yes, sir.
Let me just have slide 82 real quick. So instead of opening it What's in the bag, exactly what's depicted in slide 82?
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to slide 66. Did you continue your search of the second floor of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 66, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the room that was identified as Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Ultimately, did you conduct the search of that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was anything recovered from there?
Yes.
What was recovered, if you recall?
Another handgun and a laser training tool.
Can I have slide 68? What is that?
That's a laser light training laser training switch kit for a 9mm handgun.
And can I have slide 69? What is that?
That's the laser target.
Now, what is the purpose of that, if you know?
So again, it's another dry fire training device where, depending on the model, you either insert a laser into the barrel of a firearm where you can shoot it, pull the trigger without discharging any live ammunition at the target, and it records where it would hit on the target. Some of them have a specific handgun, like a plastic handgun that does that same thing, but depending on the model, it's all the same principle though.
You sure what the mark is S182 first? Okay, see if you recognize that.
Yes.
What's that?
That's the laser training switch kit.
S183.
This is the laser light target TLP-1. What's in this picture right here?
So does slide 69, does it accurately depict what's located in that, the bag in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and again, that would be the laser target, S183, is that correct?
Yes. 183, yes.
Can I ask you to open that, please? You hold that up so you can see it. And just to be clear, can that be utilized with a actual firearm?
Or you could shoot it with a regular firearm, but it'll destroy it. But no, it's designed specifically to use that laser to record where you're hitting the target.
We stop our previously, useful trial. Now, this is ridiculously expensive. I am not going to get this, but it's super cute. Not to mention, all of my cats are way too fat to use it. These are, as you can see, small normal cats that are not hobbits and try to worm first, second, and third breakfast. So, yeah, I am not spending $400 on a cat tree, although this is super awesome. Now back to the trial. But I am looking for a funky cat tree to put near my door, or not my door, near my chair, so they can just hang out like Mr. Jingles.
You guys are thinking to yourself, we got a second break, but maybe we stayed almost 5 o'clock. Isn't that what you guys are thinking? No, you're welcome. Yeah. So, we're done for today. I can't say if you were right or wrong on why I gave you the second break. I'm just going to leave it out there for you guys to think about and ponder this evening. But I hope you guys have a wonderful night. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, so 8 o'clock.
Went back to the wrong one.
We'll keep moving along.
This is what happens when you have multiple days up because you're trying to be on top of things.
Now, can I have slide 66, please? That's still Mr. Canero's bedroom, correct? Paul Canero's bedroom?
Yes.
And you talked about something else that was located there, correct?
Yes.
And what was that?
Another handgun?
Okay.
Again, we interrupt your previously scheduled, trial. They have a goth cat tree, which, again, no one needs. I just put really funky cat trees because I wanted to see because we all know they've got these things, but I want something funky. Mr. Moe would lose his mind. All right, we're back to the trial. I will only interrupt if I find something interesting.
I thought it was.
Let me show you S-181.
Can we just approach quickly?
Sure.
God, no, don't let the defense do this. Don't approach. Judge, say no. I just feel like the entirety of Argyle is rioting because this man is stealing their pattern.
Now, Lieutenant, I showed you what's marked as S-181, correct?
Yes.
And what is this again?
It's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun from the drawer in the built-in front center bedroom. So Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay, what's the type of vehicle? Weapon?
It's a 6-hour P228.
Okay. Now, can you open that? Can you possibly hold that up? And Lieutenant, has that been made safe previously?
Yes.
And there's no magazine in there, correct?
No, there's not.
It's not loaded?
Yes, sir.
Is that fairly and accurately? Is that the gun that you recovered from the drawer in Mr. Caneiro's bedroom as depicted in the slide that we looked at?
Yes.
I don't think we looked at a slide.
Can I have slide 66? Slide 67, I'm sorry. We didn't look at that. Now, what's depicted in that photograph?
That would be the handgun that I just displayed.
Okay, and that is found where?
In the Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom in a drawer, in a built-in.
Now, go to the homepage, sorry. Ultimately, did that conclude the seizure of evidence on November 21st in the second floor of the 27 Tilton house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then proceed to another location? Okay. And where was that?
I believe it was the basement.
Now, I'm not going to belabor this. I know we've seen many of these, but can I have slide 85? You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that just show right there?
That's the basement stairs. They're leading upstairs here in the basement. To the right would be the unfinished portion of the basement, and then to the left would be the partially finished portion.
Can I have slide 91, please? Is that what we looking at there?
So that's the unfinished portion of the basement where I'm standing towards the front of it, where that entrance was I was just describing.
Okay, and just with respect to what we looked at previously, did you conduct a search on the finished side of the basement?
Yes.
Were any items of evidential value were they seized, located and seized there?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe they were some financial records.
Okay. Now, with respect to the unfinished side that we're looking at here in slide 91, did you conduct a search of the entirety of that unfinished side?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, I guess let me just show slide number 92. What is this area?
So this is, I guess in the foreground of it is the top of a workbench, and then that's the slotted board that's on the wall directly behind it.
Okay. Can I have slide 95, please? What do we see here, Lieutenant?
So those would be assorted rifles and magazines against the wall, and that would be located to the right of that workbench. To the left in this photo were ultrasonic gun cleaners, then the workbench would be right to the other side of that, to the left of that.
What's an ultrasonic gun cleaner?
So it's a device used to clean firearms. It's filled with solution. The firearms are placed inside of it, and then through sound waves, they're ultrasonically cleaned through cavitation. So that solution will permeate the handgun in places that like a brush can't traditionally get to and clean it.
Okay. And up in the, if you're looking at the photo, up in the right-hand corner, there's like an area of something that appears to be black.
Yes.
What's that?
I described it as a flak jacket or a bulletproof vest.
And just next to it, what are those?
Those are to the left, sir.
Yes, sir.
Above are what I described as long guns.
Okay.
So they're rifle, shotguns, the sort like that.
And above the rifles and shotguns, like, what are those things?
Those are various magazines.
Okay.
So those would hold ammunition.
Now, in slide 95, next to what you described as the flak jacket and the bulletproof vest, I'm pointing at something. What is that?
Those are paper targets.
Okay. And what are paper targets?
So those are used in
Well, you guys, I've actually been really, really good with my fun money, so I have plenty to get a cat tree. I'm just looking at the most ridiculous ones now because we might do a stream this weekend of, chat roasting the defense and looking at cat trees because there is an amazing amount of odd cat trees. If you need something to waste time with on Amazon, that is what I'm currently doing now.
at a shooting range, so you can shoot them.
You can shoot.
Yeah.
Just a target that you shoot.
Just target you shoot.
Can I have slide 119? What are we looking at?
It's just a close-up photograph of all the magazines and some of the long guns.
Slide 93. What do we see here?
It's a partially burnt box of nitrile gloves.
What color were they?
Black.
Can I have slide 94? What are we looking at in this photo?
Partially burnt nitrile gloves
Okay. And where were they located?
on the workbench.
There's slide 9. Let's show you what the mark is, S194. You recognize this?
We interrupt this stream because I have found something that will make Mr. Mo absolutely lose his mind. And since the key to our marriage is finding things that will annoy each other and then delighting in it, I must show you this. Now, here's the backstory behind why Mr. Mo would lose his mind if I picked this to go near my desk. But it would also bother the heck out of him, so it's almost worth buying it. Mr. Mo loves plants. He is the person that keeps all the plants and green things alive in my house. I do not do any of that. I keep the children alive. He also likes tree pictures, if we could decorate in all trees, he would do that. In fact, he is responsible for all of the fake plants that we have around the house. But I kind of really like this, but this would bother the ever-living snot out of him because I do not approve of fake leaves anywhere ever. But I kind of like this one. I feel they also have a goth one, which, I mean, yes. Hello, have we met? It's bougie. But I can see my cats hating this and tearing every single one of these up. These would not stay, this would not stay evergreen. But it is for extra large, fluffy, big boned cats. So it's definitely going in the maybe pile. I love that I need to stop looking at that and start paying attention to the trial.
Yes, I do. It's a large mass of nitrile gloves from the basement workbench at 27 Tilton Drive.
Is that displayed just so they can be seen?
So they can be seen without actually handling them. Some of them have some heat damage to them.
So it will be interesting to see if there's any sort of testing that they can do on nitrile gloves. Maybe a similarity between the batches, because, the batches can be slightly off from one batch of plastic or whatever the hell they make these gloves out of to another. It would be interesting to see if there was additional testing to link these chemically to the gloves that were found around the garage and in the car.
And then I'm going to show you S185. You recognize it?
Yes.
What are those?
It's a partially burnt box of gloves plus black nitrile large gloves from the workbench.
Is that, what's in that bag there? Is that the same thing that we saw in that slide? I think it was 93 just previously.
It was 93, yes. We just saw it. Yes.
That's slide 93 right there?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what we marked as S186.
Yes.
What is that?
The nitrile gloves from the basement workbench. Again, packaged so everybody can see it without handling it.
Slide 91, please. I think we've looked at this, but was there anything physically within this photograph that ultimately became significant or was searched by you at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
It would be a gray metal locker.
Now, when you encountered that gray metal locker, was it secured in any way?
Yes, it was.
And how was it secured?
By a shrouded padlock.
Okay. And what's a shrouded padlock?
So it's a padlock with the extra security. The shackle part, the loop, is protected by extra metal. It helps prevent tampering and makes it very difficult to break in.
Were you able to get into it?
Eventually, yes.
How'd you do that?
Bolt cutters.
Can I have slide 98, please? What do we see here in slide 98?
So that's that metal locker opened, and that's the contents of one of the shelves.
Okay. And what do we see in there?
Directly in front, you'll see, 1, 2, 3. It's like 7 handguns that are attached to the back wall, a blue training pistol in the foreground, some holsters, magazines with ammunition, and other assorted ammunition.
Now, I will say, as a stereotypical Midwesterner, it is a little shocking for me to see someone in New Jersey have this many force multipliers. Now, I'm going off of general stereotypes of New England and New York. I didn't think that more, I guess, city areas or suburban areas would be into force multipliers this much. Now, that's probably a stereotype that I have from the Midwest, but I am kind of shocked to see this much, force multiplier.
Above it, the red boxes. Then you'll have ammo cans, metal cans at the top shelf on the left. And then underneath that, the bottom shelf there's another assorted metal ammunition cans.
Sounds stupid. What goes into metal ammunition cans?
In this particular case, ammunition.
Boxes or assorted rounds?
Some of them were boxes, I believe. Some of them were just assorted loose ammunition.
Have slide 99. What do we see here?
That's that shelf directly below all the firearms, and then you'll see 4 ammunition cans, and they're all labeled. On the left is 45 ACP. Now moving to the right, the next one over is 9mm. The next one over that to the right says 9mm at the bottom, and then above it says 124 green, and then all the way to the right, 9mm, and then above that subsonic, and then in this picture I can't read the 2 labels underneath the 9mm.
Okay. What is subsonic? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Does it relate to the ammunition that's inside?
I believe so.
Okay. Have slide 100.
Yeah, we're definitely going to watch a little bit
And
of
that's
this
the shelf directly below that. You'll see, it looks like 4 ammo cans in this picture, but they're more behind it. The one on the left is .223 Remington, REM. The next one is partially obscured. It looks like MK262 Mod 1. The one to the right of that is XM855, and then again repeating to the ammo can to the right of that is XM855. And then below that you'll have 2 larger ammunition cans. One says 7.62 by 51, and then the one to the right is 9mm.
Thank you.
Now, were any of the big handguns or the firearms that you located?
If he had all this force multiplier experience, why were there 5 shots at Keith? I mean, I guess it's different going from a stationary laser target to a moving target. And I would imagine it's different shooting at a target theoretically than a real person. But you would think if you had access to, or had those many, you would, in theory, go to a range at least once, twice.
In the basement of 27 Film, were they seized?
Yes, they were.
What ultimately was done with the handgun?
They were packaged and then sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab for testing.
Just want to show you.
We haven't gotten to why Paul would have that many. Again, not that it's that's not an unusual amount for rural Indiana. I'm just letting y'all know. So I don't know if he just had the hardware or he had any training or experience, since we haven't really. We were told by the state that he did have quite an arsenal, but this is the first time we're even seeing all the different force multipliers that he had. So maybe we'll get into that.
S-187. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a black semi-automatic Glock 19 handgun, 9mm.
Okay. And has it been made safe?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can we open it? Is that a fair representation of what was located, one of the guns that was located in the basement of 27 Tilden Drive?
Yes.
And again, this gun has been made safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there S-188 in front of you?
Yes.
And what's that?
That would be a
Well, I think it's the locality because that's kind of normal for Indiana, but I'm guessing that's a lot or excessive for New Jersey. So I don't know.
Glock 17 9mm handgun, semi-automatic handgun.
What's Glock?
It's a brand of firearm.
Okay. And with respect to the last item and this item, is there any visible damage to these weapons?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, if you know?
It looks like rust and heat damage.
Okay. And that.
Oh my God, I just had the most hilarious thought that Paul was trying to get into Bronca's, like free seminars. But he took out the, he did the plan before he got the free teaching to where he could kind of make a not ridiculous defense. Can you imagine he tried to buy Bronca's book like right before, but then he's like, screw it, I don't need a book.
That locker wasn't completely enclosed, correct?
No, it was not.
Let me show you what's been marked as S-189 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Springfield Armory Model 1911 A1 handgun, semi-automatic.
What's in the box? Is that what you ultimately recovered from 27 Tilden in the basement?
Yes.
And from that gun locker?
Yes.
Okay. And again, has this weapon been made safe?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And just what's in the box is the way that you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Show you S-190 identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a unknown model or serial number handgun with wooden grips.
Yes, please. Can you just hold that up?
Try not to. It's unsettling.
Not
It's
on my
unloaded, it doesn't have a magazine, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you S-191. If you can tell us what that is.
Sure. It's a Colt handgun with black grips, Colt +2, unknown serial number caliber. Chuck?
That's all. Now, this Colt semi-automatic handgun again, safe, correct?
Yes.
Now, when I asked you whether or not you seized two separate 6-hour P-228, 229 handguns from that locker.
Yes.
First show you what's been marked as S1 and 192. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
6-hour P229 semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, let's see it's from where?
The basement of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can you open up and just show us what it looks like? Again, is that safe?
It is safe.
I think he did have a Walther P320 in his go bag. These are force multipliers that were found in his basement. So I do think he had a Walther in his go bag. But again, not a force multiplierologist, so it could have been something else.
No magazine?
No, sir.
Just showing you what's been marked as S193.
Yes,
You
sir.
recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun recovered from the basement.
And does that box indicate whether or not you located a serial number?
Yes.
And what is the serial number?
Serial number was recorded as B as in Bravo, 233959.
Now, that weapon, as well as all the other handguns that you discussed, were they sent to the state police for examination?
Yes.
Can you just show us what that gun looks like?
And then the opposite side.
I just want to be clear. The weapons that you took from the gun lot, were they lawfully owned?
I believe they were.
We are
Leather
gonna-
jacket center-fired cartridges.
Now, what's in this container, is it consistent with what we see in slide 100 that's in front of you?
No. This is,
Good.
we gotta go back.
Slide 99. Is it consistent with anything we see in slide 99?
Yes.
Okay.
We are going to kind of speed through this is the evidence. I'm opening up the package.
Financial value.
Yes.
And where was that we're talking about?
So it would be near the, if you recall, the basement.
No, he doesn't look like he sounds.
Friday, November 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
That was the day after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a point in time when you ultimately found yourself led to a certain area in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that search and those efforts to that area, did you locate potential items of evidential value?
Yes.
And where was that we're talking about?
So it would be near the, if you recall, the basement, that unfinished area along the back wall where the window well was. There's a dresser. Just in front of that dresser, there was a chair with assorted debris, feathers, and the like. So it was directed, started searching that area.
Okay. Now, can I have slide 105 of this one? And what does that show?
That was just what I was describing. You'll see the window well with the fire hoses coming out of it. Coming into it, I should say, the dresser. And then if you go look towards the ground, and then just towards the forward, you'll see the pile of feathers. That's what I'm talking about there.
Okay. Next slide 106, please. What do we see here?
That's charring of the floor joists above, and then the basement window well.
Okay, so 107, please. Same area?
Same area.
108? Okay.
Now, this is the general area where they found the bloodstained pants and several other items. I'm actually shocked that they were able to find anything of evidentiary value with the amount of destruction. That in and of itself, to me, proves that they did a really thorough job. I mean, they went through and looked at all of this waterlogged and fire, kind of contaminated stuff and found really useful evidence. So it puts another kind of chink in that armor of the narrative of the defense that this was a haphazard and, kind of feckless search, that they made it easy for themselves and just accused Paul.
Could you just circle for us the area of interest that you focused on Friday, November 23rd? Can we preserve that, please?
Yeah, that's slide 108.1. That's 1A.
Thank you, Jim. Next slide. I think you can undo that. I think it's appropriate. Slide 112, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is as I'm searching that pile. How I did that was whatever was loose, I looked through, examined it, moved it to the side, and then as we started getting through that pile itself, things were either melted or frozen together. Up until that point, the electricity and the gas was shut off to the home. It had a lot of water still from the firefighting efforts, and the temperatures over those last few days, especially overnight, were below freezing. So a lot of this was frozen, this area.
Okay. So you had you seen this area or had you been in this area prior to Friday, November 23rd?
Just to do my overall photographs.
Now you focus on this area.
I should back up. On that night of the 22nd, when we were doing the search, we did not get all the way through that section. We did it systematically, starting from the left as soon as you walked in and went around. So we, in essence, haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
And then we stopped Thanksgiving, and then we resumed on the Friday.
Okay. So I guess next slide 110. Now that photo, is that essentially the way you encountered the pile originally?
Originally, yes.
Can you just, I know you started to say it, but can you tell us exactly like how you went about searching that area?
That particular pile, or just that area. It was just a systematic search, layer by layer, starting from the top, the outermost, and then slowly working our way through it. We would pull a piece off, examine it. If it didn't have anything of evidentiary value, we would move it to the side and just continue that way through that pile, slowly and systematically.
Now, I think you said at some point you encountered some items that were frozen. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you decide to potentially move what was there to somewhere else?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just the condition of the basement. It was dark, cold, really a lack of light. I wanted to take it somewhere where I had a little bit more room to separate it out. So what I did was I put it in a very large evidence bag. I brought it into the driveway to let it get some sunlight while it was still in the bag, hopefully speed up the thawing process so I continued to search. And then I went and did some more searching down in the basement. And after about 20 minutes, I went back to it, brought it into the garage, laid out some paper on the garage floor, and then I resumed searching through it.
And at some point in time, did you locate anything that you potentially deemed to be evidential?
Yes.
And what was that first observation?
It was a pair of jeans, and it had a reddish-brown staining, which I initially thought was blood. And then there were some rubber gloves also I saw in there.
Okay, and at that point in time, you said you thought it was blood, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't make that ultimate determination, correct?
No.
Okay, that item or any item with blood on it would ultimately go somewhere, right?
Yes.
And where would that be?
The New Jersey State Police lab.
I mean, did that item ultimately go there in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you locate the jeans, you make your observations, do you continue to search? How's that work?
In this particular case, with this item, I just stopped my search at that point. Because of the condition of everything, I felt it was best and prudent to just package it the way it was and then send it to the lab.
Just want to look at.
It also helps that this particular investigator had experience being a forensic part of the forensics team when he did work with the police. So prior to working with the DA, he had already kind of been a forensic crime scene person with the police. So he does know the proper procedures and, ways to bag things that will, keep the evidence as uncontaminated as possible coming from an already, contaminated scene. And this scene was contaminated really through no fault of the first responders. They had to get the fire out. So you're going to have water, you're going to have, smoke damage and all the mix of whatever has melted damage. So he is probably the best person to have gone in there and actually found things and collected things in a way that the lab could use them.
5114, please. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's what I just described, some gloves in the center of that photograph. To the left would be the jeans, and then to the right of the gloves was what turned out to be a gray t-shirt.
Can you put an S on the t-shirt? Can you put an S for shirt on the t-shirt? Can you put a G on the gloves? Then can you put a J on the jeans? Now, the observation here, the photograph you take was that from the garage?
No, I misspoke. I initially saw this while it was still in the basement.
Okay.
And that was one of the determining factors I needed to bring it upstairs.
Okay. So you then brought it up. You brought it outside, and you ultimately brought it to the garage.
Yes.
What's it laid out on in the garage?
They didn't have lab paper with me, so I took a bunch of evidence bags that were unused, and I laid them out on the garage for protection.
I wanted to go to slide 115, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. You can undo.
So that would be 114.1.
Slide 115. What are we looking at here?
So this is now back at our lab at the prosecutor's office, controlled environment, where I was able to separate a little bit more so I could take additional photographs.
Now, so was there a point in time when you may have said it, but that you kind of stopped separating and searching?
Yes, that's correct.
Why was that again?
I felt it was more prudent with the condition of the articles that it be done at the lab.
Now, so the black nitrile gloves that you're talking about in the photos we just looked at, did you do anything to determine, at least visually, like, did they appear to be consistent with other gloves that were found in the basement?
To me, they did, yes.
And we discussed previously for instance, S184 you identified previously. It's like a mass of nitrile gloves?
Yes.
Found where?
In the basement at 27-2.
The gloves that were in the pile, did they appear visually to be consistent with these?
Yes, they did.
Can I just have slide 116? And again, can you tell us what that is?
And so those are the jeans at the top. In the center would be the gloves, and then below that would be a gray t-shirt.
Now, just want to show you what's been marked as 273 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's the picture of the whole thing.
Generally, is that an email?
Yes, it is.
Now, the picture, do you recognize the picture that's depicted in that email?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that show?
So that shows the basement facing south. To the right in this photograph are the French doors leading into the unfinished area at the bottom of the stairs. And then as you continue to the left in the photograph is metal shelving, a pile of what looks like blankets, and then all the way to the left would be a wooden dresser.
Just, can we publish S-273 again? Now, Lieutenant, is that what we just talked about? What's on the screen?
Yes, sir.
S-273?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, we talked about that photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same photograph on the screen that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated that you recognize that area?
Yes.
And is that in the area of that basement window?
Yes.
I just have slide 110, sorry. And you identified that photo previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took it, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain the correlation between that photo and the picture from the email we just looked at?
Yes. To the right would be the door frame. You see the doors. Directly ahead would be that pile of blanketing. Behind that would be the metal shelving. And then to the left, you'll see on the floor level like a yellow bin lid that's resting up against the wooden dresser.
I'm glad he's pointing this out because I had never guessed that.
I just want to also show you slide 91. And again, you took that photo, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you talk about that earlier?
Yes.
And what do we see in the photo, just generally?
Generally, it's pretty much standing with where I was at the previous picture, but just looking north now, an overall photograph of the unfinished side of the basement.
What is on the left of the photo if you're looking at it?
Would be the workbench to the left, and then beyond that would be those ultrasonic gun cleaners I spoke about, and then to the right of that, the tall gray metal locker.
I'm going to show you S-274. Okay. Is that another email?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
You've seen it before?
Yes, I have.
Is there a photo in there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Can you publish S-274? That's it. There we go. Do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes.
What does that show?
So that shows on the
I'm
left
sorry,
hand.
that's straight different. Does it show a person?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you describe the area?
The area to the left would be the workbench. A little bit beyond that, towards the top of the photograph, are those two ultrasonic gun cleaners. And then to the right, you'll see the bottom portion of that metal locker with that lattice pattern in the front.
Go back down the screen.
Defense, tell us again that your client isn't a moron and how you made that argument with a straight face.
Now, Lieutenant, when we were talking about different days and your different efforts on different days at 27 Tilton, how was the scene kept when you and others left for the night?
So from the time we left on the very first day, the 20th, it remained in the custody of the Ocean Township Police Department. They maintained seat security until the scene was ultimately released on Saturday. I don't know the exact date of that, but that's Saturday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, Mr. Decker, we're going to take our 15-minute break at this point in time. I'm going to give you 20 minutes just to make sure that, because we keep changing your eyesight with dark light, extra minute or two may be helpful.
Oh, Lord, what is she going to babble about? I actually don't mind this color on her. I think it's very attractive on her. And all jokes aside, she's a very attractive woman. She just hasn't...
During the presentation, and I didn't want to interrupt, was just that for purposes of the record, there was a total, I think it was 6 guns actually displayed to the jury. Some of them were in boxes, and when Mr. Decker was able to witness, is this, to be clear, it was in a box. Some of them were in a box, and they were displayed to the jury inside of the box, but held up for the jury to see, and others were taken out of the box. That's all.
We discussed that at sidebar, and the objection is still noted throughout all of the testimony as it relates to the guns.
All right, everybody have a good break. We'll see you back here. Please be in your seats at 10:30.
Yay, flashing forward. This is an incredibly important witness, but I think this judge was probably reading the jury correctly and they needed a bit of a break because this is a lot of very, kind of dense information that we're getting from one witness.
Items that were originally located in that area.
Originally, as one item, wrapped in paper, butcher paper or lab paper, and then placed in a large paper evidence bag, sealed, and then marked.
Now, you said that at some point, the evidence taken from that area was sent to the New Jersey State Police Lab, is that accurate?
Yes.
Just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S417 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a evidence delivery receipt to the Central Region Lab, New Jersey State Police in Hamilton.
Okay, does it contain any of the evidence that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, does it have your item number and potentially the state police item number?
Yes.
Okay, and what items are we looking at on that receipt?
This one, the item number, state police item number is 40. My department item number is 12-1. And then it says a code for where it was recovered from. And then the description is one envelope containing biological specimens, question, label located on the interior waistband of jeans, NJSP sub-item number 6-1 from pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And then it originally came from my item number 18-0861-1-6, previously part of lab item number 6. And then the other two items, do you want me to describe as well?
Sure, just briefly.
Briefly. State Police item number 41. My department item is 14-1. One paper bag containing biological specimens. Questioned long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt, dark gray size, tall XL. And then item number 42. My item is 14-6. And then it's
Wait, Paul was 5'11" and 230 pounds, if I remember correctly. So first of all, he wasn't tall. Second of all, he was definitely a 2X. Let's be real about this. He was a 2X. Maybe those weren't his clothes.
a biological specimen questioned. Black and gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic separated from item number 18861-1-5.
Does it indicate who took that evidence to the lab?
Yes.
And who did that?
It was delivered by Detective Stephen Boat from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And is he someone that you work with?
Yes.
Okay. Was he involved in this investigation?
As far as 27 Tilton, no. He was assigned to handle 15 Wilbur.
Okay. I'm just going to show you S411 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's, again, a New Jersey State Police evidence receipt to the delivering evidence to the Central Regional Lab in Hamilton.
Okay. And does it talk about any of the items that we discussed from that southeast corner of the basement?
Yes.
And what items are we talking about?
Item number 5, New Jersey State Police, item number 5, and my department, item number 5. One paper bag containing biological specimens questioned, pile of charred clothing with potential biological staining. And then item number 6, State Police item number 6, my item number 6. One paper bag containing a pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Lieutenant, what was the number on that?
The exhibit number?
Yes, please.
S411. Thank you. Yes.
Just want to show you first what's been marked as 231D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
So that was part of that initial pile I was talking about. It's got my evidence label on it, pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton.
Okay. So one of the items sent to the state police was a pile, you described as a pile of charred articles?
Yeah, I couldn't really describe without separating everything. So since I didn't separate everything, I just kind of kept it very general as that.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S231C. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a part of that pile initially, after it came back from the state police lab. They were in parts, so this is one of the parts. What's in it is part of the bedding, blankets, some paper towels, other melted plastic, parts of jeans that are adhered to it.
Now, we see some, you said paper towels, correct?
Yes.
And then we see some yellow material in here?
Yes.
Did you draw any conclusions, at least in your head, as to what those represented?
Yes.
And what was that?
The melted lid?
The yellow lid that we just discussed?
Yes. And for display purposes here, they were all set back, and then because they were all loose, we packaged them each individually in, I guess, 5 separate packages for display purposes.
Just going to show you S231. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the evidence bag that I packaged everything in to send to the lab for that specific item.
And then S231B?
Would be all the lab paper that the articles were wrapped in either by me or the one that came back from the state police lab. It's got their lab numbers on it, initials where the seals were placed in, and the lab sticker,
Okay.
identifying the number.
And this yellow sticker is what? To be clear?
It's the lab.
It's diet culture. They only showcase, thin, skinny little cats, nothing like this monster who is currently, was putting his feet. So I had to move him because, oddly enough, I don't care for, people's feet in my face, even cat people. I'll see you later. I guess you wanted your feet.
Barcode.
Okay, which lab?
The New Jersey State Police.
We're going to be on
show you
direct with him
S235.
for most of the day,
Do
it
you
looks
recognize
like.
what this is?
Yes.
And what is it?
So it's an evidence bag for my item number 1-5. On it's got my evidence label, my markings for the case number, item number, and then it's going to have at the very bottom here, it's the debris that was left over, and then the wrapping, the butcher paper, the lab paper that was wrapped in.
And this would be from the pile of charred clothing?
1-5 specifically is going to be a pile of charred clothing with potential biological stainings, yes. It's referring to S411.
Now, you talk about gene, and these, what you said, were they part of what was sent to the New Jersey State Police lab?
Yes,
Okay, for purposes of testing?
yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 232. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are there,
There's a lot here.
so there's a lot here. Could you explain what a lot here is?
At the very bottom, it's going to be my evidence bag. Once it was returned from the state police, we had to account for it because it was a separate item, so I put it in its own evidence bag. And in that evidence bag, the jeans were in butcher paper with subsamples. And then throughout the course of this investigation over the months, they were opened, photographed, repackaged, things like that. And in preparation of trial, they were mounted on this display board.
Now, there's some white tags on the jeans, correct?
Yes.
And what do those represent, if you know?
The first and only time Paul's jeans have ever been mounted by anyone. This is the only kind of mounting I want to think of in relation to Paul. Ugh.
Those are areas of testing that were done by the New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So you didn't agree with those, correct?
No.
Now, again, this is heat sealed, correct?
Yes.
And this is, the presentation as it stands today is for purposes of, so people can see it, is that accurate? Now, was there a point in time that you were provided with information that the lab located something in these tubes?
Yes.
And what was that?
Live cartridge, unfired cartridge. Bullet.
Bullet?
Yes.
Just let me show you what's been marked with S241. Ask you if you recognize the numbers.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have it described as a NJSP lab item number 6-4, which was the live round from the jeans.
You referenced a T-shirt earlier, correct?
Yes.
In one of the photographs that we saw.
Yes.
Was that something that went to the lab?
Yes, it did.
Let me show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the Eddie Bauer gray short sleeve T-shirt.
Is this the item that part of what you delivered to the lab?
Yes.
Okay.
And all of this packaging is just consistent with everything else. My own evidence bag, the lab paper from the lab with the seals, and then mounted on the display board and heat sealed for presentation purposes.
Again, there's also some other tags that are on this shirt, correct?
Yes.
And they came from where?
New Jersey State Police.
Did they reference any case, item numbers and/or item sub-numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police Lab?
Yes, he had a live round in his jeans.
Did you?
To the lab.
Just going to approach and show you what the mark is S233 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
It's got the lab number on it. Yeah, so the lab number.
Okay. Do you see any markings on these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are those again?
Those are areas of interest that were marked on by the lab, New Jersey State Police Lab.
So these markings, here we got a circular tab, we got a square with some writing in another circle?
Yes.
And those came from?
State Police Lab.
Okay.
On these other labels, I just noticed it's got my case number on it as well.
To be clear, what is your case number, just?
Well, we had two separate case numbers. This one is MCP 18-00780. We also had case number MCP 18-00782. Initially, first submission, I submitted everything under 782 case number. And then the Colts Neck end of it was submitted under 780 until they were scientifically linked. We kept everything separate.
When you say scientifically linked, is it fair to say that there were items from Colts Neck and from Ocean that were compared to one another?
At some point, yes, there were.
And again, this really negates the defense's idea that they zeroed in on Paul, that they instantly married these two cases or these two instances of arson together and, went with Paul because he was the person that was around. So I do like it. He is going to be a long witness, but I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Let me show you what's been marked as S234. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Those are additional gloves
Okay. Found where?
inside that pile.
Okay. And is there a variety of case delineating information here?
Yes.
From whom?
From the New Jersey State Police Lab?
Okay. Does it have your case number on it?
Yes, it does.
Great.
The 780, I believe 780.
And these gloves here, they were sent to the state police for potential DNA testing?
Yes, sir. shirt.
Okay. And is there an associated, some other bags that are associated with the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and they represent what?
Just like the other ones, my bag with my case identifiers on it, lab paper from the state police lab or mine. Both of them were from the state police lab. There's a subsample on that package, the first package.
Okay.
The one you're holding with your right hand. And this one is the actual shirt. Heat sealed, mounted for display purposes.
Are there any markings on either side of the shirt?
Yes.
And what we're looking at here, do you see like a label here, the shirt?
Yeah. Yes, I do. The Claire's.
Does that say Eddie Bauer?
Yes, sir, it does. Eddie Bauer, the size is tall XL.
Now, there's a label right here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that representing it?
Something of interest by the New Jersey State Police.
Which makes the defense, assertion that they had tunnel vision kind of odd.
Now, amongst
When it's large enough that you look like Friar Tuck, unintentionally or unironically, that's when you just shave it all off. Or get a really nice toupee.
the items that are found in that southeast corner of the basement, was there a point in time that you identified a scarf?
Yes.
Okay. And was that ultimately sent for some forensic testing?
Ultimately, yeah.
Now, prior to it being sent for testing, did you, what did you do with it?
Initially photographed it and then conducted a visual exam.
When you conducted a visual exam, did you make any observations?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
Multiple defects into it, meaning marks that appeared to be like cuts in them, and then multiple 3 hair or fibers.
Let's just show you. That's 1A. Slide 161. Do you recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the black Brooks Brothers scarf.
And can I have slide 162? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the label.
Who in the nebulous hell takes a Brooks Brother 100% cashmere scarf made in Scotland to an arson/quadruple homicide? Was Paul afraid that it was going to be a little bit nipply while he was waiting out for his brother to ambush him?
Can I have slide 163? What are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
Those were those defects that I had noted. The yellow, those yellow triangles are just kind of like evidence markers, just trying to draw your attention to what was in the photo.
And you talked about defects in the scarf that you observed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, they represented, at least in part, in that photograph?
Yes. So behind them, I placed some white paper to help with some contrast so you can see them a little clearer.
Okay. And again, did you locate anything else physically upon the scarf that was of interest to you?
Some hair and fibers, and then there was some unknown type staining I couldn't identify.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as S237. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that shirt?
That's the Brooks Brothers scarf we were just talking about.
Does this contain some evidence bags and samples and the like?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Now, show you what's been marked as S238 for identification. There should be recognized what that is.
Yes.
And what is it?
The hair or fiber A that I identified as A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Can I have slide 162, I believe? Sorry. Oh, 4, sorry. Okay, what are we looking at on the screen? We can, I think we.
So that's a scale with the letter adhesive scale A, and then you'll see in the center of the photograph, though it's blurry, a hair or fiber.
Okay, and there's an A there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
It's just a marking so we can identify it visually.
Okay, does that correlate to what's in S238?
Yes.
Okay, that would be, you described it as being hair fiber A, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Just going to show you S239 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
Hair fiber B removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf?
Okay. And who removed them?
I did.
And where were they taken to?
Ultimately to the New Jersey State Police Lab for testing.
And S240, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
Hair fiber C removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And again, sent out for forensic testing?
Yes.
And just earlier, I wanted to circle back for a second, show you S230 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the small piece of black glove from the rear passenger floor, driver's side.
Okay, and is there any markings on that within that envelope?
Yes.
And what are those markings?
Markings by the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, and does that represent the square that's in there with the handwriting?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 23rd, 2018, approximately 8:50 p.m. Did you have any contact with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
To obtain a buccal swab control sample, it's a DNA control sample from him, and to obtain additional photographs.
Just going to show you what's been marked. It has one S242. Can we just have one moment? Sure. Sure. Just going to show you what's been marked as S242 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
The buccal swab control sample from Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And who took that?
I did.
Okay. From?
Mr. Caneiro.
Okay.
Paul Caneiro.
And were there photographs taken at that point in time?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 154, please? Spacey, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And the point of that photograph is what?
Just to document injuries that I observed.
Slide 155.
That's a very odd place to get an injury under your armpit.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Paul Caneiro's left hand.
And had you photographed that previously at a different location?
Yes.
I have slide 156. What do you see there?
That would be a photograph of one of Mr. Caneiro's knees with a scale for some bruising that I observed that I attempted to photograph.
And slide 157. What do you see there?
Again, a photograph of Mr. Caneiro, I believe it's one of his lower extremities with what appeared to be bruising.
And then lastly, I just have 158. What do you see there?
That's the side of Mr. Caneiro's right foot with some bruising as well.
Now, on or about November 26, 2018, did someone take the handguns and maybe some other evidence to the state police ballistic lab for potential testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was done by you or someone else?
I believe that was done by somebody else.
Just going to show you what the marked as S350 for identification. If you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ballistics unit evidence receipt from the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, what is it? Does it indicate that items have been delivered there?
Yes.
And what type of item?
The ballistics lab, it was all of the handguns that were recovered in the basement of 27 Tilton, along with the gun barrel and the unknown firearm parts from the book bag of the Cayenne.
And does it say who delivered that?
Yes.
And who did it?
Detective Vogt?
Do you work with the detective?
I do.
Did you talk about it previously?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for purposes of clarity, just let's show you S349. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a New Jersey State Police ballistics unit evidence receipt.
And it indicates
The delivery of evidence to the lab.
Okay, now is that different type of ballistic evidence?
A different type, yes.
And where's that from?
This was from 15 Willowbrook Road. It also has a different case number and a different lab number that was assigned because we were treating them separately as two different incidents.
Again, that shows a complete lack of rush to judgment because you could assume that there would be links from, two people having a fire named Caneiro, but they didn't assume that. They went in thinking maybe these were two separate but similar crimes. So again, this witness has been really good at kind of dispelling that. They went in and just assumed it was Paul, because if they assumed it was Paul, they wouldn't have collected all the evidence to prove it was Paul. There would have been steps missed. There would have been blind spots.
Now, was there a point in time when you took a buccal swab or a DNA sample from another individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Sean Edson.
And who's he?
He was a volunteer firefighter for one of the local fire companies that assisted with 27 Tilton.
Why was the buccal swab taken from him?
We had located two areas of blood staining, one at the front door and one in the foyer. It was ultimately determined that he had injured himself while fighting the fire, and we had identified those stains as coming from him.
When you said you identified you potentially identified the stains as belonging to him, is that accurate?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Just for purposes of that, did you swab those areas where the firefighter may have drawn blood?
Yes,
And were those swabs sent anywhere for testing?
yes.
Where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
I just want to show you S245. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what is it?
It's a swab of biological staining from the left side of the front door frame of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you S246.
It's a swab of biological staining from the foyer wall of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And these were sent to the State Police Lab?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell based upon anything that's on these envelopes?
yes.
What was that?
The state police case number and the item number and all of their markings on it.
Including that sticker?
Yes.
And that sticker?
The yellow stickers, yes.
And they have item numbers, is that accurate?
Yes.
S245 is what number?
New Jersey State Police, item number 2.
And S246?
State Police, item number 3.
And I'm going to show you the mark as S243. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Buccal swab control sample from Sean Edson.
The DNA sample?
Yes.
Was that sent to the lab?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, defense. I mean, they rushed to judgment so quick with blinders on that they even took time to differentiate and ask all the first responders, hey, did you happen to maybe bleed on something? Oh, yeah, you know what? I was hurt on my hand. Oh, well, then we need to get your buccal swab if you're okay with it.
Now, we talked about yesterday. X165, is this gas can?
Yes.
Right. What, I think you may have said it yesterday.
I should. I do. Yeah. How much later? I didn't know OnlyFans had a lawsuit going.
Just to be clear, what did you do with the contents of this?
I reserved 2 ounces of that after it was measured. How much was the content of it? I reserved 2 ounces for laboratory testing and preserving it, and then the rest was discarded.
Did you do anything with the container?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Attempted to develop latent fingerprints on it.
And how do you do that?
In this particular case, because of what it's made of, it was exposed to cyanoacrylate, which is a superglue fuming. And then once that was done, I applied black fingerprint powder to it in an attempt to develop fingerprints.
Is there anything on this container currently that would be indicative of the fingerprint processing?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
All the black powder that's on it still.
Were you able to identify any potentially identifiable fingerprints on there?
Yeah.
Now, we talked earlier about that pinch and slide bag that was in the Porsche.
I'll be free in an hour if you want to do that. At 6, I don't know if I'll be free, but whatever works best for you.
Cayenne within the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything with that item?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
Attempt to develop fingerprints on that as well.
Did you do it in the same manner or a different manner?
The bag itself, the super good fuming, the paper towels that were in it, I used a different process using a chemical called ninhydrin. So that reacts to the different proteins found in a blatant fingerprint. If there's any fingerprint proteins in it, then it will turn purple and expose the fingerprint.
Now, as far as we were talking about the shirt, the long sleeve shirt, the short sleeve shirt, the jeans. Obviously, I think you said that they went to the state police in a big pile, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And then, obviously, were they separated by state police personnel?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so when did you ultimately get them back?
Yes.
Okay, obviously they're here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they come back with different numbers or specific numbers as it relates to the separation thereof?
Yes, through the state police lab numbers, they were subdivided into additional numbers.
Were those represented at times also, like the actual numbers, are they represented on these little white tabs, say on the jeans? Do they reference those numbers?
Yes, they do, sir.
Just to be clear. Showing you S232 just briefly again, the jeans. They have these markings, correct?
Yes.
And there's a number, for instance, I'm pointing at the right shin area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number this is here?
They have it marked as item number 6-1-8.
Okay. There's one up here on the left thigh area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number there?
6-1-7.
So the 8 or the 7, they're subsamples of areas from 6-1?
Yes.
Now, just showing you, just going to show you, for purposes of clarity, S131.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's my a supplemental technical report that I drafted.
Okay. Now, what, I don't want you to read it or anything, but what are you documenting in that report?
Photography and additional processing.
Okay, and do you make note in your report, like the delineation of the items that came back to you from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and is that contained partially on the first page?
Yes, it is.
And just to give us like an overview, you list one item towards the bottom of the first page, right?
Yes.
And what does that say, item number and description?
It says NJSP item number 6, pile of articles.
Okay, then for instance, underneath it, what does it say?
NJSP subsample 6-1,
Okay, and what does it say?
jeans.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we just talked about subsamples when we were looking at the jeans, right?
Yes, sir.
Here at the top, we have subsample 6-1, 6-11, correct?
Yes, sir.
6-1-2,
Yes, sir.
and it continues on down to 6-16, correct?
Yes.
Do you delineate what those subsamples represent based upon information received back from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and do you document like locations on the jeans?
How they are listed in their report is how I wrote it in mine.
Okay, so you want it to be consistent with what they said because they did it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also some similar information with respect to the T-shirt and different gloves?
Yes.
Real quick, was there a point in time when a label was taken off the jeans?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the label?
We retained it.
Did you take note of the size of it?
Yes.
And what was the size of it?
I believe it was 34, 32.
Okay. I'm just going to show you again real quick. S131, and then next you look at the first, I guess, first full paragraph on page 3. Do yourself. Is there a point in time where you documented the waist size?
Yes.
Okay, was what you said a moment ago accurate?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
The waist was what?
34.
The length was what?
32.
That man was a 38 waist. Paul Caneiro at 5'11", 230 pounds was a size 34 waist. I mean, that's the biggest defense. If the jeans don't fit, you must have quit. I mean, that must have been his skinny jeans. Those were his wish and a prayer jeans.
Now, just a couple more questions. He talked about, I believe at some point, having been in the garage of 27 Tilden.
Yes, sir.
And I showed you slide 120 again of S1A. You told me if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, did you locate a safe in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And where, could you describe where the safe was?
In the center of that picture against the back wall, you'll see like a bag of plastic bags hanging. That is the safe.
Now, ultimately, was a search conducted of the safe?
Yes, it was.
Have slide 121. Now, can you tell us what, if anything, you located in the gun safe in the garage? No guns?
Nothing.
Wait,
You talked about different items going to the New Jersey State Police lab.
Wait, he had a Patriot safe, yet all his force multipliers were in a not fireproof safe down in the basement? Sure. Makes perfect sense.
Laboratory for DNA testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as for ballistic testing?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time that another lab, a private laboratory was used?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall generally who brought the items to that laboratory?
Detective Vogt was tasked with that.
Just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross. Come on.
There's no objection if I just publish photos that he's.
No, not at all.
Can I have the front? Lieutenant, we heard testimony about the jeans, right? So you testified that when you performed the search in the basement, right, you found like a pile of items, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I want to focus on that for a moment, and specifically the jeans. So in that pile of items, when you originally found them in the basement, you took some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought them upstairs and you put them in the garage for a while, correct?
Actually in the driveway first, and then the garage.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a moment.
Yeah.
And then, I think as you testified, you sent the jeans, the items to the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Yes.
You tried to kind of separate some of the items yourself, but ultimately you decided better to just send it as is and let the lab figure it out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and at some point, when the lab had the items, they were able to separate them.
That's correct.
And, for example, the jeans, they separated the jeans.
Yes.
And when they sent them back to you, you took more photographs of those jeans.
Yes.
And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-141.
All right. Well, this is another, and I quote, nearly 2.5 hours we are going to bypass right on through.
Okay, I'm gonna look at your channel and see
Ah,
Investigations for James F. Valentine and Associates.
okay. And now this looks like he is actually a fire investigator.
The Bible, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, please?
Sir, I do.
All right. Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is John H. Lightbody, Lightbody.
Good afternoon.
And you didn't become an electrician? I mean, if you have a name like Lightbody, you should be making lamps or something. These are Lightbody lamps. Or you should work in a lighthouse. I just feel like that, if you have a name like Lightbody, you really should work like in a lighthouse.
Sir, good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I currently own an investigation firm. I'm the chief investigator and president of Find the Cause Investigations, a firm I opened up 4 years ago.
Okay. And Find the Cause investigations, what's the nature of the investigations that you guys most commonly conduct?
Fire origin and cause investigations, fire suppression strategies and tactics, as well as code, building and fire codes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to like November, December 2018. Where did you work there then?
At that time, I was an investigator doing fire origin and cause investigations for James F. Valentine and Associates.
Now, I guess it's safe to assume that at some point you left there and you started your own business.
Correct. In 2022. I was with his firm for 17 years.
Before I go any further, I'd just like to show you something that's been marked as S343. Can I ask you if you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, what's a CV, just so we understand?
My curriculum vitae, which outlines the particular one, is for fire investigation.
Who actually asked you to become involved?
I was contacted by Chubb Insurance Company, Mr. Steve Costanzo.
Now, back when you were working for Valentine and Associates, and even currently with your own business, is it common for you to do work for insurance companies?
Yes, they're my primary clients.
Okay, so to be clear, were you or were you not involved in a criminal investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
I was not.
Okay. Now, that being said, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do, sir.
Okay, and can you tell us for how long and where you worked?
I worked at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office. I retired as a detective sergeant. I was the architect and built the arson task force there in the Major Crimes Unit from 1988 until 2004. Prior to that, I was a career firefighter at the Naval Air Engineering Center, Lakehurst, now known as Joint Base McGuire-Dix, for 8 years from 1980 to 88.
Okay, so from 1980 to 1988, your primary job responsibility was what?
Full-time firefighter, career firefighter.
And is it fair to say that you had to get some training to be able to do that?
Quite a bit, yes.
Can you talk about that initial training?
In that aspect of my career, I was involved in
I watched Backdraft 5 times. Just kidding. No, he didn't. At least I hope not.
Involved in all the disciplines of the fire service. So it's fire prevention, protection, suppression, and investigation. In that particular point in my career, I was in the fire suppression aspect. I joined the Eastover Volunteer Fire Company at 16 years old, and I took a ton of classes. And when I was 18, I was appointed as a firefighter at Navy Lakehurst because of that education that I had. So from there, it was primarily a fire suppression strategies and tactics area, and I worked in the crash fire rescue crew, aircraft crash fire rescue. And that's when I began, in that 8 years, taking classes in fire origin and cause investigation, as well as in inspector's licenses.
Okay, at some point thereafter, did you attempt to transition that investigative training into law enforcement?
I did.
And is that when you joined the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
In 1988, yes.
And
Excuse me.
during the course of your time at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office, where was really the focus of your investigation? What units?
At the prosecutor's office, I was hired specifically for then the arson unit in 1988 under Sergeant Larry Wilson in major crimes. And then subsequently, when he retired, I was appointed as a sergeant, and they gave me the opportunity to develop and build an arson task force, which was a task force, a multi-agency task force for the investigation of fire and arson matters, as well as environmental crimes.
Sorry. On your CV, which is marked as S343 in front of you, do you document the majority or the most important investigative courses that you took with respect to fire investigation, cause and origin?
In this particular CV, I do.
Okay, can you just give us a summary of the investigative trainings that you have completed?
So In this particular piece, there's 110 classes. I'll give you some of the highlights. I attended the DCJ Academy 90-hour arson class, which was put on by the state of New Jersey, and subsequently, after in 1998, I became an instructor, lead instructor for that class. In addition, I went to the FBI fire arson class in Quantico, Virginia. I attended between 5 and 10 international conferences for the International Association of Arson Investigators, and probably 20 to 30 for the state chapter of that same association.
Do you think they have an open bar at those symposia? I mean, do you think that the fire investigators get really wild at their, like, learning symposia? I'd imagine yes. I think there's probably small fire, allegedly in Minecraft. In my personal backstories, there's a lot of drinking and a couple fires that break out once in a while.
Extensive investigation in origin and cause, building construction, hazardous materials as it relates to that, and fire suppression classes as it relates to fire origin and cause investigations and the effects suppression have on our investigations.
So fire dynamics and what other people do, like firefighters do before investigations start. Is that understanding that, is that important?
Very important, yes.
And also, I think you talked a little bit about building construction. Can that sometimes be important?
It's extremely important because you can develop a theory as to how fire spreads. In the scientific world, there is a whole science to fire in how it spreads, how it moves, how it's deflected, and how it ends up from point A to B, C, and D.
Listen, youngest, most feral must never know that this is actually a scientific field of study, okay?
Study of what?
There's variable ways that happens, and building construction is one of the primary factors in that concern.
Now, as far as any certifications in the field of fire investigation, do you have any?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
I'm what's identified as by the International Association of Arson Investigators as a certified fire investigator. That is a extremely difficult position to get. In this state of New Jersey, I think there's 50, maybe 60 of us. Also, I'm a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Explosion Investigations, NAFI, fire investigators, and a certified fire investigation instructor, as well as a level 1 fire instructor.
Now, working predominantly on the civil end of fire investigation, I mean, is that accurate based on what you do now on the civil end?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have more opportunity as a result of the civil end than you did, let's say, when you worked as a criminal investigator with the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
Currently, yes. 99.9% of my job is civil matters. I do get called into criminal stuff, and I may evaluate it and not get involved.
Okay. Now, for criminal investigations, there's not always a reason if the fire is not suspicious for police to investigate. Is that fair?
Agreed.
Now, from the civil context, your job is to come in and make a determination for the insurance company, right?
In the civil side of the case, it's more for identifying potential subrogation matters, and what that's for is, say, if a product fails and causes fire damage or damage to a building, and one insurance company insures the owner, somebody insures the product, we pursue against the product failure for subrogation to recover any monies that are spent. And on the same side, liability, say a plumber works on a house and he causes a fire, you defend those people if you can, or those incidents if you can.
Now, any professional associations that you hold?
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell us what those are?
I'm currently a life member of the New Jersey chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. I belong to the International Association of Arson Investigators probably for a good 35 years. I'm a life member of the Ocean County Fire Chiefs Association, as I was a past fire chief in Toms River and a past district fire chief in Toms River. And I'm a life member in the Ocean County Firemen's Association and several others.
Now, have you ever had the opportunity to be offered as an expert in Superior Court in New Jersey in the field of fire investigation or origin and cause determination?
I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times in the criminal and civil matters, both Superior Court of New Jersey and federal courts.
At this time, Judge, the state would offer John Lightbody as an expert in the field of fire investigation and origin and cause determination.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you. We are satisfied with Mr. Lightbody's experience and qualifications.
All right, thank you. You heard me read this twice already. I don't want you to sit here and say, did he forget that he read it already? It's my job to make sure that I remind you every time that there is a new expert that may come in on this case.
And it's my job to make sure we can fast forward through him having to go through this every time.
What's been marked as test 344? You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
This is a copy of my report I authored on behalf of Chubb Insurance for them in this matter.
Now,
Okay, the fact that he used a home insurance called Chubb's Insurance is hysterically funny. I don't care who you are. I would buy insurance just to say I would like a payout from Chubb's, please.
have that in front of you, you also have your CD in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to refer to S344, that report, if you could just let us know, that would be great. Now, I want to ask you about an investigation conducted at 27 Tilton, obviously, okay? Now, you talked about how you were hired on the civil end, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you have any contact with law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, why was that?
Well, generally, before I go to any type of fire, I contact.
All right, we are I need to show you guys something because I feel like Dolly would have this cat tree. Yes, I am still looking at cat trees.
Mom, we already have cat trees.
This is supposed to be a monster.
We have cat trees. We have one.
I really want to get this now, if for no other reason that it is wholly inappropriate and has googly eyes. This has to be the most phallic thing that has ever been made. And he's Jewish. I can't get over how terrible it looks. I never thought I'd find a cat tree where you could play cat tree or adult toy, but apparently we found it. Sorry, I have been trying to be more judicious in my cat tree interruptions, but
Mom, we have a cat tree already.
I know, thank you.
The local authorities and determine whether the scene is accessible by the private sector, that would be me, or any of our people, so as not to interfere with any ongoing investigation they may be performing.
Do you need to correspond with law enforcement in order to actually go on the property?
I do not.
What if the scene is being held by law enforcement still?
I would defer to them, so as not to interfere or contaminate anything they're doing with their investigation.
And during the course of your investigation, did you at any time work with any others as part of your team?
On my team, I retained Michael Plick of Plick and Associates. He is a mechanical engineer, as well as Mr. Martin Grant, who works for Mr. Plick, who is an evidence technician.
Now, you said Mr. Plick is an engineer, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you often utilize the services of like experts, so to speak, in fields like electricity or engineering?
Yes.
Now, is fire investigation, or can fire investigation be collaborative?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, with respect to your overall investigation at 27 Tilton, did you use a specific method?
I did. I use what's known as the scientific method. It's a methodology in how we perform fire investigations.
Okay. Now, is that the scientific method pursuant to NFPA 921, is that something that you learned during the course of your training in fire investigations?
Yes, sir.
Is that also something that you teach in fire investigations?
I do.
Okay. Because you said you had been for a period of time the lead instructor at the Attorney General's Office fire course, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you just tell us what that scientific method consists of?
So in general, it's a collaborative effort to structurally perform your investigation. So there's 7 points to this whole thing, and how it goes is, you recognize that there's a problem that has to be addressed. That's step 1. And then the problem here is you identify the problem, and that's step 2. We have a structure fire in Ocean Township at Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro's home. That's step 2. Step 3, we begin to gather empirical data through interviews, contacts, fire scene examination, photographs, documents, whatever we do when we do our investigation. We gather that data. And once we gather the data, We then look at, we assemble the data and we examine it to see where we're at with this. And step 4 becomes a develop an hypothesis as to what potentially could have been the cause or contributing cause to the fire and the spread of fire. And then subsequently, we test that hypothesis. Once we test the hypothesis, we come to an opinion as to what the cause and the potential spread of the fire was.
I think you mentioned steps 1 and 2 are kind of similar, correct?
Yeah,
You know, we have a problem in that there was a structure fire, right?
that's correct.
And step 2 is, I got hired to go investigate, right?
That's step 2.
Okay. Step 3, we talk about doing an investigation, bless you, and gathering empirical data, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how you
Not sure how you would test it unless they have a facility or they know the general flammability or perhaps the chemical makeup of the gasoline used. Again, specific impurities that are similar to other gas that was located in Paul's house.
start to do that in this case?
Well, generally, mine starts from the minute I get the case, as soon as if it's a daytime call and I can contact the local authority, I start calling them again to affirm that I'm not going to interfere in anything. And then I go to the site and I conduct witness interviews of those who may or may not be there. If they're not there, I can't talk to them. But generally, I meet with a family member or an owner of the home or the policyholder and conduct an interview as to the circumstances surrounding the event. Not only the fire, but the circumstances previous to that. I.e., did somebody work on the house in the last 10 years? Were there any problems with electrical and mechanical?
Did you do Paul's interview from jail, as he'd already been charged with arson by the time you were, investigating for the insurance?
Devices. Does anybody smoke candles, incense, etc.? And we try and get those circumstances known before I go in to conduct my scene examination.
Can you start with who lives there, right?
Yes.
Can you also gather some data on the internet or anywhere else regarding, who owns the property, what year the home was built and the like?
Correct. My office does a search for the structure, and hopefully most times we can get the type of construction, the square footage, when it was last purchased, etc. In this particular case, I came up with the construction year, the square footage, I think over 4,000 square feet, and the home itself.
Now, can I just put up S1E, please? And can I, now there's a PowerPoint that was put together for your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And it was based upon photos taken by whom?
By whom did you say?
Yeah, who took the photos?
Thank you.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you would recognize the contents of the photos in that PowerPoint?
I will.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you basics. I want to show you slide 25, please. Can you just tell me what that shows?
This is the front of the Canerio house, which faces west to, what's the street here? Tilton Drive. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Now, that is the, you can see that that's basically the west side or the front side or the A side of the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you take note of any damage to that area of the home?
I did. I know as we do damage assessment as well as the lack of damage, because that becomes important to us as we do our investigation. And we could probably talk about that shortly.
Sure. So, is part of your initial assessment, is it exterior based?
Yes,
You walk the house and try to make any observations? Is there damage here? Is there not damage there? Those sorts of things?
that's correct.
And then eventually you go where?
Into the house.
Okay. I just want to go to the north side of the house, or the B side of the structure, and I'm going to show slide 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
So this is the north side of the house. You can see that the garage area is a two-car garage. It's a one-story in height, and it's attached to the two-story residential portion of the home. What I note here is that the gable, where the roof comes together, that little window, is there a pointer or something?
There's a stylus up there, a little pen, that if you wanted to mark what you're talking about, we'll preserve it before you undo it.
No.
Yeah, I'm not good like this.
Is that, use this point?
I don't think I need to draw.
Yes, with that soft point.
If you draw, then everyone will see what you're talking about, so if you wanted to,
So I just draw with this?
there you go.
Okay.
So why did you circle that, sir?
Because I wanted the jury, if they don't know what a gable wall is and a gable vent, that is a gable vent in the roof system. It's ventilation for the attic of the home. You'll note there that there is soot damage coming out from the attic because smoke and heat did get into the attic. So that vented out of the north side.
Okay. Now, can we preserve that, sorry?
26.1, it's S1D.
So once you hear that print, if we do that again, you can just hit that undo button,
Okay.
and it'll go away. Next slide 27, please. And just, could you tell us what you're looking at here?
This is a combination of a photo of the north side and the east side of the structure. The photo is taken from the north facing south. This particular photo, you see much better. On the bottom left side of the garage, you'll see a fire pattern. It's at ground level, and it causes damage to the door jamb of the garage, the door of the garage, and the ground and the underside of the garage door.
So what you circled there, was that an area of damage that you were able to identify based upon your exterior survey of the residence?
I did.
And again, is that something that you're going to further investigate as you continue with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we could preserve that.
27.1.
I really do like this way
Slide 28.
of capturing what they're pointing at. Again, if Uvalde had anything similar, it would make it, kind of trying to figure out where the witnesses were pointing and different things so much easier.
And sir, can you tell us what that showed right there?
It's a close-up view of the previous photo showing the fire damage to the door jamb and the garage door and the ground and the underside of the garage door itself.
Next slide 29, please. What do we see there?
Additional view focusing more on the door jamb, displaying fire damage to the jamb and the door again.
And based upon your observations only at that point in time, were you able to deduce anything about the door jamb there, the fire patterns or anything of the like?
It's at ground level, it burns up and out from there, it's pretty isolated, but more importantly, there's no electrical or mechanical devices in that area which could have caused or contributed to this fire pattern or caused the fire at this location.
Now, based on what you just said, you just said that there's evidence of fire damage, correct?
Yes.
Then you said there's no electrical or there's no cigarettes burned out over there. At that point in time, just based upon that information alone, do you draw an ultimate conclusion or do you do something else?
I don't draw a conclusion to that yet because I haven't seen the rest of the house. And I don't have the rest of the knowledge of what I have to look at. That will be included in the totality of my conclusion later. Again, because fire does travel in different ways, and I want to make sure that this isn't a fire that communicated from somewhere else somehow. So there's no conclusion yet on this, although it's certainly a point that's...
Communicated, or do you mean commuted? Because communicated, maybe that's a term of art in fireology.
Needs to be addressed.
Okay. So it's something that you kind of take note of and then you continue to go on with your investigation?
That's correct.
And as part of that investigation continuing, do you go to the east side of the residence?
I do. Everything I do is clockwise.
Now, can I have slide 30, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is an overall view of the east side of the house. Strike that. Yeah, east side. I'm sorry. Yes. East side of the house prior to any boards being removed, as I found it on November 24th was when I first went there. So this is what I encountered when I got there.
And I'll ask you an obvious question, but were you able to identify where the majority of the damage on the rear of the home was located?
Yes, that's identified as the southeast corner of the home.
Can I have slide 31? You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
This is a close-up view of fire damage to the exterior of the home. The fire burning from ground level up. The boards are there covering some windows and a window well. And the fire communicated to the underside of the roof system, what's known here as the soffit, and communicated into the structure at multiple.
Why are we using therapy talk? Why are we using communicated instead of it burned the hell through? I feel like I'm listening to the fire whisperer, like the fires talk to me. This one screamed, "Paul did it, catch him."
Points from this area.
Now, there's some plywood in that photo, obviously, right?
Are you the new plywood?
The new plywood.
Yes.
And that was put there to cover windows, right?
Cover windows and provide security on the home, yes.
Now, obviously, based upon when you took this photo, this was at some point days after the fire. Is that accurate?
Yes, I took this 4 days after the fire.
Have slide 32, please. Oh, sorry.
Undo?
As soon as you hear the printer. Slide 32, what's that show?
Slide 32 are the plywood boards removed, obviously, and what you see here, folks, is you have a gas meter here. It's a gas meter set. The meter's still intact. It's still there. There's a window well right here, if I may, I'll just do this for you. That's a window well. The well is the hole in front of the window, and the window enters into the basement. Above that, these windows are on the first floor. They enter into a living room in the east wall. And then above this, you'll see what appears to be almost new plywood. That's actually a piece of plywood that was installed because it appears there was a window there. That, behind that plywood is a walk-in closet. And then to the right, you'll see the new plywood here. This is the bathroom window, which was boarded up as well.
Before we that's fine. Preserving print is fine. But do we see, are you able to determine when you take this photograph and observed it a few days after the fire, anything about fire patterns?
Yes.
Okay, can you talk about that?
So when we recognize fire patterns, fire traditionally burns up and out, okay? So that's why when you're told to crawl in smoke, it's all rising above you. So is the heat. In this particular case, it'll burn up and out, fire will burn up and out until it's deflected by a horizontal surface. In this courtroom, it would deflect across the ceiling once it hits the ceiling. So that redirects the fire, as we talked about fire spread before. So in addition, there's what's known as a V pattern, the letter V. Now this is more of a U pattern because it's pretty spread out right here.
I'll get rid of this one and print it again.
So it's not print until after it's done.
So traditionally, the base to a V pattern or U pattern is what's known as the point of fire origin. So as you can see in this photo, the fire was later determined to originate in this window well in the ground area there. It burned up and out. It communicated on the vinyl impression sidings, which allowed it to continue to burn vertically. So you see how this burns from here. It goes up this way, and the reason why it turns left here and then right over here is because we do what? We hit a horizontal surface, and that is the soffit. So once that soffit's penetrated, sorry about that, once the soffit's penetrated, it allows the fire to enter into the attic. This particular fire, I can look at it and bring the fire all the way down to the ground level and show that the fire originated at ground level.
Now, two things. I think you talked about a point of origin or an area of origin that was depicted in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon everything you said, you seem to be able to identify that with that photo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, do you draw your ultimate conclusion, though, at that point in time?
No.
And that's going to be at the end, right?
So this is a suspected area of origin, subsequent point of origin, and that has to be identified once we determine, so let me just, if you don't mind, once we determine where the fire originates. So we do an investigation, we determine the area of fire origin. And in this particular case, it's on the outside of the house right here. And then the point of fire origin is later determined. Once we determine that, we determine if there's any electrical, mechanical, any other heat devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire.
He really is back in instructor phase. You can definitely tell that he is used to kind of teaching this in a class because he's kind of mentioning things that he hasn't mentioned before. I'm sure he does a really good job at his work, but he does have the tone in his voice that I would automatically tune out because it does sound a bit know-it-all-y, which is hypocritical because I am a consummate know-it-all, so I really should pay attention to him.
In this particular case, we would probably looked at improper discarding of smoking material or other heat sources that may have been there.
Now, as part of this investigation, I think we could preserve it now.
Thank you. 32.1.
Now, I'm going to show slide 33. Don't do that.
Just hold it down for 2 seconds.
Yes?
If you hit it a bunch of times, it'll eventually, sometimes you have to hit it more and more.
Yeah, that's not my fault, that's not my drawing. Is it?
We switched slides. Just get rid of it. Sorry. So I'm showing you now slide 33. I'm going to ask you whether or not you examined or investigated that basement window.
I did.
Okay, and how do you go about doing that, and what did you see?
In this particular photo, oftentimes when we deal with area of origin and point of origin, there are variables to this, but I will tell you that oftentimes the most extensive amount of fire damage and deepest and heaviest charring is normally consistent with the longest area of fire burn. Now, there's variables on that. In this case, there's not a lot of variables. So what I'm showing you here is, you'll notice on the plywood right here, the sheathing is consumed. It's not consumed anywhere else. So that would tend to suggest to me that it burned there for a longer period of time. If you also notice, in construction, this is called a double plate. So you have two 2x4s that form the base of a wall system. There's a bottom plate, which is the lower one, and a top plate on top of that. This fire penetrated there into the wall system, consuming the plywood, and caused heavy charring on the 2x4 bottom plates. As you move away from this area, you'll notice that the fire damage, although extensive, is of a much lesser degree in comparison to that.
Okay, we could preserve that.
33.1.
I have slide 35. Now, you talk about progression, extensive damage versus significant damage, but maybe of a lesser extent. Can you talk about what you see in slide 35?
I see the fire communicating, and on the previous slide, I didn't point it out, I apologize. You could note that the underside of this windowsill, these windowsills, had fire damage to the underside of them. So you remember if fire's burning up and out, it's underneath it burning up, attacking this ledge. It's the same thing on that windowsill. So that's what occurred here. It continued to communicate up, and at the same time, it penetrated the windows on the first floor and entered the structure on the first floor within the living room. It continued to burn up and out until it hit that soffit system, and then continued to burn horizontally to the left and right until such time it penetrates that soffit and enters the attic.
And when we talk about penetrating the soffit, entering the attic, is that ultimately how you made the observations above the garage?
Yes, that's, once it enters the attic, that cavity called the attic fills with smoke and heat, and it's pressurizing, so it starts to push out. And in this case, it pushed out on the north side gable vent.
Now, just briefly, the areas, did you identify areas where the fire penetrated the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, and where were those areas?
Based on my observations and fire patterns, the areas were located first in the attic, the basement window at ground level. The fire got into the basement, and then the first floor windows into the living room, and then subsequently it got into the attic via the soffit, and it also entered the master bathroom window.
Okay, so while you're making observations on the exterior of the home, do you examine at any point the gas line?
I do.
Okay, and where was that specifically located?
Well, the concern here was that the gas meter was directly adjacent to what was identified as a point of origin. So during this investigation, it was critical for us to, we used the process of elimination to consider that as a heat source and/or a fugitive gas that might have leaked and found an ignition source and ignited this fire.
Fugitive gas sounds like a side effect of Ozempic. Like, Ozempic may lead to, exploding eyeballs, detached retinas, and fugitive gas leaks. It just sounds like a side effect or a really cool punk band.
So that's where our engineers came in, and collectively we did gas line testing. But this particular meter is directly adjacent to this window well.
Did you participate in other testing, like the gas testing by the engineers?
Yes, I was a part of it, yeah.
Now, I want to just show you slide 40. I'm going to ask you if you recognize slide 40.
I do. That's the gas meter located on the east side of the house at the south corner.
And what do we see atop the gas meter?
Melted vinyl siding on top of the gas meter.
Does that play a role, or does that mean anything to you as a fire investigator?
Well, as I look at it, I identify that predominantly, although it's damaged, it's intact over the meter. So my consideration here is if I had a gas leak at this meter and it ignited, I probably would not have, more than likely not have any intact siding on top of that meter.
Now, on the exterior, continuing with other potential...
Likely, but likely isn't as accurate as I would like it. Now, we do have other evidence that Paul is all the guilty, but I would like a little more accuracy. Again, less likely. Is there anything concrete in this science? I mean, beyond using mass spectrometry, gas chromatograph to look at the chemical signatures of the accelerants, is this all kind of experiential, objective, kind of noting things from experience? Or are there some really scientific principles that are being upheld?
Sources, things that you would need to eliminate in order to draw a conclusion. Did you find something called a mist-away system?
I did.
And what is that?
A mist-away system was located on the south side of the house, and what drew my attention to that is, on a comparative value, we could call it a sprinkler system above ground. So there's hoses with distribution nozzles for the system. I had never seen one before, so I followed it back and found this mist-away system. It's a bug spray, or it's a bug spray. It's a bug repellent in the ground and discharges into the grass area.
Fair point.
Now, just for clarity, can I have slide 43? Is that photo you took?
Yes.
What is that of?
That's the nomenclature label on the system itself.
Okay. Can I have slide 42? What do you see there?
That's the mist away system. It's an AC powered system. The tank you see there would be the product that's dispersed along the grass. And my concern here was if the product was ignitable, a liquid that could have contributed to a spread or cause of a fire ignition. And that's what I was looking for to include.
I have never heard of someone having their own DDT like sprayer. That's kind of interesting. I guess Paul wasn't a big Joni Mitchell fan. He's like, give me DDT. I do care about spots on my apple, ma'am.
Eliminate that as to why this fire spread the way it did.
Okay, did you make any observations or do anything to determine whether or not, or how much liquid was potentially actually in the containers?
I did. This tank was empty, and that's the only mist away system I located in the home, on the property.
Okay, now, you also said you did some investigation as to like what it was and what type of liquid would be involved, correct?
I did.
And how'd you go about doing that?
I searched the mist away system. I found out what products were in it. I do have them if you want me to read them. They're very big words, chemical. But all of them, what's known as the material safety data sheets, I located those for each product. A lot of it is water, and there's small percentages of product for infestation of bugs or eliminating bugs. And there's nothing ignitable, there's no flammable or combustible liquid in this particular product.
Okay. So you note that and you move on? I mean, you note
Yes.
that information and you move on
Yes.
with your investigation?
Yes.
Now, was there any electrical in the area of the gas meter or the window to the basement outside?
No.
Okay. Now, is that something that you would consider as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you locate any type of discarded smoking materials, cigars, cigarettes, anything else out there?
I did not. I cleared all the vegetation that was there in the first couple of photos very gently. And I looked through there looking for any smoking materials that could have caused or contributed to the cause of the fire, which met with negative results.
Because we saw a bunch of foliage outside the window in the original photos, correct?
Yes.
Next slide, 44. What does that show?
That's a cleared area of the foliage where I can now identify the ground. And you'll see when I identified this mist away system, you'll see the tubes that are on here. There's some over here and some in here. So that's what drew my attention to that and made me realize there's something here that I got to identify.
Okay. Now, you could preserve it, sure. Thank you. You could preserve it, thank you.
44.1.
Shulaipa, if you could just stick that on.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you needed to take any measurements or anything outside of that window well.
I did. I took measurements of the window well, as well as the size of the window that enters that basement.
Why do you do that?
To determine, the area and the volume of air that could get into that particular window. And I later looked at another window, and this particular window opens from the top in. So generally, I think that's made for break-ins where you'd have to climb in the window, go over in the well over the window. So it's a security type window, in my opinion.
Now, just briefly, have slide 45. Is that just a photo showing the measurements that you're taking?
Yes.
And 46, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the windowsill, and as we have this photo up here, this is what I was referring to, the underside of the.
Now, again, the defense is going with Corey Dunn did this and set Paul up. It would be interesting to see if Corey was of the size and stature that could even fit through the window, because they're kind of, insinuating that someone came in without Paul knowing. And I can buy that Corey would maybe be able to enter the house normal ways. But if Corey was trying to set Paul up, he would have to go in surreptitiously, because how was Corey to know that Paul decided to take a 2 a.m. drive? Again, that's about all the logic I will spend on trying to make the defense's case work for them. But I bet they didn't test to see whether Corey could in fact fit through this window. I do think Corey was built along the same style as Paul, stocky-ish. So that's a pretty small window.
So you're taking?
Yes.
And 46, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the windowsill, and as we have this photo up here, this is what I was referring to, the underside of the windowsill melting because it was being attacked by fire from below. The window is 16 inches from the well.
Now, at some point, do you continue your investigation into the interior of the home?
I do.
And why do you do that?
Now I want a couple reasons. One, you want to document the damage, and you want to find if there's any other areas of the home that need to be addressed. Right now, I have two unusual fire patterns that are not connected. Right now, in my mind, the first fire pattern at the garage door is not connected. It was caused by this fire. So the verbiage would be, there's two separate points of origin right now, is in my consideration, my hypothesis, with no natural fire communication to the two. In other words, this one didn't cause the one in the garage, and the one in the garage did not cause this one.
And you want to go inside and continue to ensure that that hypothesis is ultimately where you're going to land. Is that accurate? So how do you enter the home?
Through the front main entrance.
Through DNA testing on the interior waistband of the pants and the shirt, did come back to including Paul from the lab versus including anyone else. We just haven't gotten to the lab witness yet. So I believe that they will be conclusively linked to Paul through DNA. And from what I'm gathering from Corey not really being involved in the business and kind of financially with Paul and Keith, is that he had kind of gone off to do his own thing. He was, he was a brother, definitely, but he wasn't as closely linked as Paul and Keith were. So it is harder to link Corey to having a financial motive, because Corey, I don't even think, signed the beneficiary papers, but Paul was aware of himself being a beneficiary. I doubt that Corey was more than tangentially or vaguely aware that he was a beneficiary of this if, something very terrible happened.
I'm just, for purposes of just understanding how you did this, we'll run through this, but can I have slide 49?
Can I just correct one thing? I said it was 16 inches. I apologize. It was 4 foot 5 inches from the ground. Couldn't do the math that fast.
53 inches. Is that it? 53 inches? 4 feet, 5 inches?
Okay, yes.
Is that the door you entered to the home?
It is. That's the front main entrance that fronts Tilton Avenue.
Now, you enter a lot of homes. Is that accurate as far as your work?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you do it, and I know every house is different, but do you try to do it in a similar manner each time?
I do every fire investigation I do consistent, yes.
Okay, and what's the consistency that you use?
I do the exterior of the property, I document those fire patterns, then I enter the home. As you noticed, I did it clockwise around the house. Unless there's an obstruction where I can't do that, I do that every time, and I've done over 3,000 investigations. In this particular case, I enter the front main entrance, and I photograph the door I walk through, and then I do systematically clockwise photographs of every single room of the home.
Okay, so I'm going to go to slide 51, please. You recognize that?
Yeah.
What's that show?
That's after I entered the home. I did an overall photograph of the door that I came through, and you'll see this double door closet is in the north wall of the foyerway.
Okay. Now, beyond that yellow wall, is there another room?
There is. There's a almost like a formal living room or a living room type.
Okay. Can I have slide 52?
In there.
Can I have slide 52?
There it is. Yeah.
Is that the room you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you're walking through these rooms, are you looking to see if you can observe any fire damage, soot, smoke, anything like that?
So I'm looking for that in addition to habits of the occupants. So if I suspected smoking, and I'm further buttressing whether anybody at home smokes. I didn't find anything like that as well.
Okay. Can I have slide 53, please? What do we see here?
Yeah, gotta have all the buttressing. You don't want to go out unbuttressed.
This is taken from, I believe it's a dining room facing the kitchen, facing north.
Now, north through that door leads to what?
The garage, a laundry room, and a bathroom.
Can I have slide 54, please? What do we see here?
An overall view of the kitchen, which shows the Viking stove and a table. And this particular doorway we just talked about leads to the garage and the bathroom and the laundry room.
Can I have slide 55, please? Now, you take a photo of the Viking range, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
It shows devices and their type of fuel. In this particular case, we're going to test all of the appliances that use natural gas. And in this case, the Viking stove does use natural gas. And again, we're going to look for any leaks or any problems with the piping that may have contributed to the cause and/or spread of this fire.
Okay. Can I have slide 57? We're continuing to where here?
This is clockwise. You see the stove in the lower left corner here. I'm facing now south. And this hallway leads into the I believe a dining room, and then the living room, first floor where the fire penetrated. That would be the south end of the home, first floor.
On slide 58, turn back in the other direction, correct?
Yes,
Showing what?
the garage entry door, and then I go to the left.
Can I have slide 59, please?
It's the laundry room, which is a gas dryer, and the bathroom.
Now, those gas dryers would be something that ultimately you would evaluate during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I took photographs of that and behind it.
Okay. And then we're moving to that dining room. I'm going to show you slide 60. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
I'm taking a photograph from the living room on the south side where the fire penetrated those two windows, facing north. It's the dining room. And you can see we start to develop and see smoke conditions and some heat conditions around the electrical switch, the outlet down here, and then across the top here. And then you see the development of smoke, which is now into the home.
60.1.
And from there, can I have slide 63? What do we see there, Mr. Rabbi?
I stepped back to take this photo just to show the communication of fire through the windows, and if you notice, they're still boarded. Fire came through the upper portion of the windows and then continued this way, and then at some point, fire suppression forces, the fire department, came in and stopped the fire spread on the interior side.
So based upon the analysis that you're doing, the observations, do you think that the fire would have continued to spread had it not been for suppression efforts?
Absolutely.
And is that area there where we're looking at the transition from living room to dining room, that's the approximate area where you believe the fire stops on the first floor interior?
Yes. You had extensive heat. You can see that the paint in the header above those windows, as well as the ceiling moving this way, had begun to bubble and burn off and drop.
Can I just have slide 67, please?
Just print that. It said 63.1.
Oh, for heaven's sake, sorry. Let's see. Keith owned 90% of Square One, the more profitable business. Paul owned 10% of that. Then both of them owned 50% in the EcoStar, the Terminex-like business. Now, I think that was first quoted when Terminex wanted to buy them out at $800K. Now, I believe the next thing was $750 that they were offered, but I think that's the general evaluation of that. Now, I'm not sure as to how much of Square One was bringing in because we haven't really gone over Keith's financials. Now, Square One was getting ready to lose their only client, and Keith was looking to go into just working for someone else. So it's a big house. I'm not sure how New Jersey house prices are. So I imagine that Paul's house was probably maybe 1 million, 2 million. And then Keith's house was probably 4 or 5. I'm guessing though, I don't know what general realtor prices are in New Jersey, but whatever Paul's was worth, Keith's was worth a heck of a lot more. Keith was out, he had land, a substantially larger house, or at least by the looks of it. So there was definitely a sort of income level disparity between the brothers.
Can you tell us what you see?
So I'm continuing through the living room clockwise, and you can see the other side of the window, the south window, which is right here. That's the south window. And we do have...
Of all the art that you can buy at Hobby Lobby, why this picture that goes with nothing else in your house? Like it...
pretty good soot and heat here, but not as extensive to the window on the north. So you can see a line of demarcation here of where the heat and smoke hits the ceiling here, it begins to roll down, and then once it fills this cavity, it starts to bank down and creates this line of demarcation of smoke. You have a clean area here, and you have a sooted area here, right?
67.1.
Now, was there a point in time, obviously, during your investigation where the plywood were taken off the backside of that living room window?
Yes,
Okay, and at any point, did you take a photograph in a downward direction?
I did. I looked out that window and looked down, and that window is directly above the window well.
Next slide.
First floor window is directly above the window well.
Next slide, 66. You don't do that. You can undo those.
Undo that.
Now, just to be clear, how was this picture taken?
I was looking out the window and I photographed down.
Okay.
You can see the window well here, and then here's the gas piping to the gas meter.
66.1.
Now, you testified earlier that you had identified areas where the fire penetrated the rear of the home into the interior, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon observations that you make in that living room, are you confirming what you saw outside as far as that goes?
Yes, I'm confirming the fire pattern. It comes into the window. You see, these are vinyl windows, so vinyl windows burn, right? So the fire pattern's continuing here. You can see the window sash is burned, and it continues through this window that's glass and into the home. Primarily at a higher level because, again, fire's still rising.
Now,
66.2.
All right, guys, we are so close, but I am sending you over to Nick's because I am going to take a bio break before we get into covering the OnlyFans lawsuit. I did not know that there was an OnlyFans lawsuit, so check that out. We should be getting through the rest of day 7 into day 8 tomorrow, so we're only a couple days behind now with our new kind of patented method, and it does seem like day 8 is a little shorter. They only go for 6 hours, so and it looks like we only have 2 witnesses, so we might be actually catching up. So I thank you guys so much for hanging out on the Petty Express, and we will be back tomorrow. I don't know if my kids are going to be in school. I'm going to guess no, but I will see you in a little bit with Nick. So I should have gotten it set up so you will be set up to go there. Yes, yes. All right. I will see you in just a little bit. Bye, you guys.